Something is deeply wrong. You can feel it. So what has happened to us? And what should we do about it? Join the Finding Gnosis show. It's an open panel for people trying to figure out what's really going on in this strange existence, and what we should be doing while we're here. Join us as we all find Gnosis together. Gnosis is knowledge. We need to find out what's going on. We need to find out what we should be doing. Chat soon on the Finding Gnosis show.
Something's hidden out of sight. People talking like they know, repeating what they've been told. If there's truth beneath the skin, where exactly do we begin? Come and find Gnosis, enter in. What is going on? Where have we all been? Come and find Gnosis, take a view. No one has the answer, maybe none of this is true. No one's coming with a guide, no one's got it all inside. Every voice just plays a part, every mind a different start. Questions moving through the air, something felt but not made clear. If it's there, then let it show. If it's not, then let it go. Come and find Gnosis, step inside. What is going on? No more place to hide. Come and find Gnosis, take a seat. Say what's on your mind, let the unknown speak. Some will say it's all been solved, others say we're still involved, but the feeling still remains. Something missing in the frame. Not a path that's been laid down, not a truth that's widely found. Just a space to question through, see what holds and what falls through. Is it all just chance? Is it all designed? Are we here to drift, or are we here to find? Is there something more, or just what we see? Are we asking wrong, or are we finally free? No one here to claim the end, no one here to just defend. Just a question held in place, echoing through time and space. Come and find Gnosis, don't pretend. Something's moving here without a final end. Come and find Gnosis, look again. What is going on? Where does this begin? Come and find Gnosis, stay aware. Something something's happening everywhere.
Well, hello, everybody. I see people, some friendly faces already filing in. It's so nice to see all of you here today. I'm really excited to do this presentation for you for two reasons, actually. As some of you may have already heard me say, the one thing is I'm really grateful to have the opportunity to reciprocate something back to DNW. I have received, as I'm sure all of you would agree with me, a lot of benefit from being able to just participate in this community. DNW, by opening up this platform, by all the hard work it takes to run a YouTube channel. And it is a lot of hard work, especially when you put the dedication into it that DNW has put into it, and building this great community. He has allowed me to share my own ideas, to be exposed to other people's ideas, to get to meet some wonderful people who I've built friendships with, and people who have come over and supported my own channel at Objective Ethics. And so for all of the things that DNW has provided for me, when he reached out to me to see if I'd be willing to host a show for him, take some of the workload off of him, give him a show today that he doesn't have to participate in, I was glad to have the opportunity to do that. So that's why one reason I'm really glad to be here today. The other reason I'm glad to be here today is the topic itself. As many of you know, I'm an agnostic atheist. I do not believe in any gods, and I often get into debates regarding particular theological claims. And so in my years of being exposed to this, so a little bit of my background is as an undergrad, I studied world history and ancient history and world religions. And I find both those topics to be fascinating, even though I've never been a religious person. It's really hard to separate culture and society from religion because they really work together intrinsically. We go back to the written record, which is our strongest evidence for history. Prior to the written record, it's really difficult for us to figure out what was going on. We have some really good indicators, of course, through archaeology and anthropology and geology, so on and so forth, science. But once the written record started, that's when we really get an idea of what these people were thinking, right? We get their laws, their rules, their religious beliefs, and we see this evolution of religion it coincides and works with the evolution of society. And so if you're going to study history, ancient history, modern history, whatever, you're going to see that religion kind of goes hand in hand with this, people's religious beliefs. So to that end, that's where I find this to be so interesting and so fascinating and also so relevant. I went on to attend a Bible college, not for course credit, because I wouldn't sign a statement of faith. Every accredited Bible college or seminary in America, and I think mostly worldwide, but for sure in America, they actually require you to sign what's called a statement of faith, which is basically a contract that you'll sign that says you will affirm X, Y, and Z. Depending on which Bible college you're attending, the statement of faith could have different criteria. So for example, you would have to sign a statement of faith that says you support the divinity of Jesus, for example, or the Trinity, or dispensationalism. It just depends on what seminary you're attending. Because I wasn't a religious person, I wouldn't sign something like that. But what they did allow me to do was to audit classes, which is something you can do at some colleges, secular colleges, or even Bible colleges. Not all, but you can do it at some. And this allows you to take the classes without receiving any credit for it, right? So you can't work towards a degree, but if you're interested in learning something, it's a great way to do that, to get exposed to the information. And since I live in America and Christianity is so prevalent here in America, and it's the largest religion in the world still, actually, although Islam is growing faster, it's outpacing Christianity, but Christianity is still the largest religion in the world. That's the religion I really focused on. And it was really fascinating to learn about this. As I started to study philosophy, that was many, many years ago, of course, but as in this last year in particular, I've been focusing a lot on philosophy of ethics in particular. I've been debating with different religious people coming from a philosophical position, and I've been exposed to something that's called presuppositional apologetics. So we should probably just, before I get into it, understand what these terms are. What is an apologetic, for one thing? Apologetic actually means in defense of. It's a Greek term, right? Apologia. And so this is, you are making a defense of something. It's an apologia. And the apologetics is, of course, a defense of a particular religious view. So you can be a Christian apologist, you can be a Muslim apologist, or whatever you're making a defense of. And when it comes to religious apologetics, the problem with apologetics is you're starting with your conclusion and you're working your way backwards. Okay. And that is not a good way to try to understand and try and find truth, if that's what you're actually looking for, because you've already started with the conclusion that X, Y, or Z is true. And so you just look through whatever pile of evidence that you have available to you, and you just pick out whatever confirms your belief, and you reject anything that doesn't confirm or affirm your belief, because you've already concluded that whatever you believe is true. So apologetics is not a good way to actually uncover or discover truth. And a lot of people who run apologetics don't really seem to realize this. They feel it's a very effective way of arguing. But if you're trying to convince a skeptic that your position is true, using apologetics is just simply not the best way to do it, in my opinion. Now, a lot of people who are not educated in philosophy, history, or theology won't understand the difference. And these arguments can seem at face value very, very compelling, because you're allegedly supporting your conclusion with a lot of different facts, quote unquote, right? But what you're not doing is going through the totality of the facts to discern whether or not your conclusion is actually true or even viable. The other thing that we need to understand is, what is presupposition? So presupposition means you presuppose certain axioms to be true. An axiom is a unproven principle that you're starting with. Okay. And so you start with an axiom and you build your argument up from there. So presuppositions, their axioms are going to be, and we'll get into different presuppositions depending on which argument we're looking at. Okay. And these are formal arguments that many of you have probably heard, even if you don't know them by their formal name, such as TAG. TAG stands for Transcendental Argument for God. It presupposes certain criteria and builds an argument up from those presuppositions. There's an infamous one I'm sure you've all heard. It's called the watchmaker argument, right? And this presupposes certain criteria and builds an argument up from there, so on and so forth. The thing that we need to understand, if we're going to be intellectually honest, we all have presuppositions. That's actually a fact. Every single one of us, for our worldview, whether we're an atheist or a theist of any kind, a deist, whatever it might be, we presuppose certain things to be true. These are our axioms, our starting point, right? So presupposition in and of itself is not necessarily a bad thing, because it's a necessary thing. So we presuppose, unless we're a solipsist, we presuppose that the external world that we are functioning in actually exists. That's actually a presupposition, because we cannot demonstrate that the external world actually exists, interestingly enough. So to have a presupposition in and of itself, you can't say that's inherently good or bad, because we're all forced to at some point. The problem with presuppositional apologetics, and we'll get into this, is the apologist is adding presuppositions. And I would say they're adding them unnecessarily, because they're unjustified. So we'll be referring to terms like Occam's razor, for example, right? Occam's razor states basically, and I'll try to keep all this as simple as possible for everybody so we don't all get lost here, because it can get very technical, and that's the problem with some of these arguments, is they sound so good because they use a lot of technical forming and formality and structure, and so they come across as being very powerful, but they're actually very weak once you understand where the weaknesses within each argument lies. So the presupposition of, so Occam's razor, let's say, so you and the apologist are both sharing a certain presupposition. You both share that the natural world exists, for example, right? That's your starting point, because you both function in the natural world. When you get up, you have your breakfast, you get the kids off to school, you go to work, whatever it is your life entails, that all happens inside the natural world, right? So we are presupposing equally that this natural world actually exists. The additional presupposition would be something like anti-realism, or something like solipsism, or something like God is real. These are all additional presuppositions. I can reject all of those and use Occam's razor and say, until you demonstrate that those are necessary axioms that I need to add to my own presupposition of existing inside an external world, that the external worlds I exist within an external world, right? That we both share that reality, you have to justify that, or I'm not going to accept that at face value. So that's really what we're getting into here today. So let me try to get into some of the arguments. Now, I'm not going to be able to follow chat as much, so I appreciate seeing that there's so many great mods out there. Dirty Lowlife, Emily's out there. And by the way, I just want to say hello to everybody. I can't call you all out by name because it's just too much going on here. But I do appreciate each and every one of you for stopping by. I appreciate each and every one of you for supporting DNW's channel, the Finding Gnosis show. This show is what it is because you are a part of this community. You literally make the show what it is. You bring the quality to the show. DNW puts in the hard work to build the platform, but you guys individually each bring your own unique element to this community, so to speak. And I really appreciate all of your involvement, despite the fact that I've probably had disagreements with most of you at one point or another, right? That doesn't mean that I don't care about you, and it doesn't mean that I don't appreciate you being here equally, okay, despite our differences. One thing I would like to try to do today, I don't do this on my own channel because I don't need your money, but and I'm not saying DNW does necessarily. I don't want to throw shit on the brother, but I just think if there's anything we can do to support DNW's efforts, he recently got monetized. So if you are enjoying the show, please send a super chat or maybe consider becoming a channel member. If you're not enjoying the show, send a super chat or consider becoming a channel member, whatever it is. Try to do something if you can. I know money's tight for many people, and I totally respect that because, again, just your participation alone is already supporting the channel. If you have a couple extra dollars, it's, every little bit helps. So if it's a $1 super chat or if it's just a channel membership, I think channel memberships are only a couple dollars. It's very, very reasonable. That gets you access to DNW's Discord server. There's a lot of great people who are already on that Discord server who I think are in this chat today. So if you want to get more direct access to have one-on-one conversations with people, maybe set up a small group chat, that's a great resource. Discord, it's free. It's a fairly good platform. I've used it quite a bit, and it does have some pretty good options for setting up group chats and DMing people and having access to do different rooms and stuff like that. So support DNW's channel if you are at all able to financially. All your support is really, really appreciated. I was going to try and maybe do something like if you send a super chat, I'll direct your question, or I'll address your question directly. But I don't know if I want to. I'm not trying to coerce you guys into doing super chats because, like I said, I totally respect the fact that money's tight. You got bills to pay, mouths to feed, and stuff like that. And that has to be your first priority. But if you do have a little something extra, please do consider leaving a super chat or becoming a channel member. Okay, so I think that's all the. Okay, let's get into. Okay, so let's get into just one of these arguments to try to see how this all works. We should probably understand a little bit about logic because we're going to be using logic and breaking down these arguments, formal and informal logic. So formal logic is basically a systematic structure of how arguments are formed. You often see this used in what's called syllogistic logic, okay, where you put together syllogisms. So you build premises, your premises follow naturally to your conclusion. Your syllogism can be valid or it can be valid and sound. And soundness is what you're always looking for, if at all possible. Because if what soundness means is if your premises are true, then your conclusion is necessarily true. And that makes it a sound argument. You can come up with a valid argument, which refers to the formal structure, without having a sound conclusion necessarily. Okay. And it's really important to be able to understand the difference and how that works, because all of these arguments that we're going over, the structure is valid. These arguments, the watchmaker argument, the Kalam cosmological argument, right? The modal ontological argument, tag, the transcendental argument for God. These are all valid in structure. They were put together by very, very smart philosophical people, philosophically educated people, or people educated in philosophy. Let me try. I think that's probably a better way to say that. I've either had too much coffee or not enough coffee. We're going to find out as the show goes on here. So understanding how formal logic works is really helpful in understanding where the holes in these arguments lie. The arguments are valid, but they're just simply not sound because they require presuppositions. Presuppositions are not proven axioms. They're unproven axioms, right? So they cannot necessarily be true. Therefore, you cannot guarantee that you have a sound conclusion. The other thing you need to understand is what's called informal logic. Informal logic is really useful because this is where you hear people say, oh, you're straw manning me, right? Or you're shifting the goalpost, or that's an ad hominem. These are all parts of the informal logic structure, right? There's a few things to try to understand when it comes to fallacies, what they call logical fallacies. Some fallacies are actually necessary at some point. They could either break an argument down, or they are just simply something you have to accept. One fallacy is called circular reasoning. At some point, you're going to, when you start to talk about ontology, you're going to get into what's called a brute fact. That will become circular, right? So in my worldview, I'm a naturalist, right? Not necessarily a physicalist, but I'm a naturalist. I believe that everything that exists in the natural world. I don't believe in anything supernatural, like gods or demons or angels, things of that nature. I believe in everything must exist in the natural world. So for me, the brute fact is nature. When I ultimately have to explain nature, nature is going to explain itself. It's going to justify itself. It will become circular because I can't get behind nature. Nature's my brute fact, right? Again, we talk about Occam's razor. How this would apply is that people who consider God to be a brute fact. So religious people will say, well, God justifies nature. God designed nature, the natural world, created the natural world. However they look into this, right? So they go one step further, and their brute fact becomes God, because you say, well, who created God? If God created the world, who created God? They'll say nobody. So God's their brute fact, right? That, and then you say, well, why does God do X, Y, and Z? It's because God is God, and it will become circular. It's necessarily circular. So you have to understand how circularity works and how these fallacies work. There's something called the fallacy. So when you claim that somebody is using a logical fallacy, it may be true that a logical fallacy from informal logic structure is being implemented, but it may be necessary. It also may be the case that just because something is fallacious, it may not necessarily be false. Okay. And there's a lot of reasons for that. And I'm not going to get you guys too deep into the weeds here with philosophy and stuff like that, but these things all obtain depending on what philosophical model you're using. Okay. So that's logic. I think I'll just go ahead and close that tab. I've got about 100 tabs open, so let me try to see if I can cut some of this shit out here. Okay. I think I'll save that argument for brute facts and axioms. I already covered that with you guys, so let's close that out. Maybe I'll keep that in case anybody has questions. Okay. Cosmological. Okay, so let's start with one of the more popular arguments that we get for God's existence. Actually, I think this is probably the best one to start with. We'll start with the that's the cosmological. Okay, here we go. The watchmaker argument. This is one of the most popular ones. So the watchmaker argument is one of the only arguments I'm going to be discussing today that it does not involve a syllogism. Okay, it's an essay form argument. So there's no actual premises. It starts with an essay or a story. So the story often used when the argument started, it's called the watchmaker argument because the person who created this argument said, okay, imagine if you're walking on a beach or you're walking in a field. I've heard this run so many different ways. And you come across a watch. When you see that watch, you're going to realize right away that that watch was designed, right? And so because it's a complex object, and so therefore that infers that it was designed. The universe is a very complex thing, right? And so therefore the universe must have had a designer. That's how the watchmaker argument runs, right? No syllogisms, just an essay form. I've heard people, because this argument's a very old argument, I've heard people modernize it by saying a laptop is designed, right? The laptop's very complex, or your cell phone is designed, or your car, or whatever the fuck they want to use. And so therefore we know that things that are designed must have a designer. A painting must have a painter, so on and so forth, right? It's all the same argument. It's called the watchmaker argument. The issue with the watchmaker argument, where it fails, is it presupposes that the universe is actually designed, right? That's the presupposition. There's no demonstration that the universe was designed. And the issue with it is we don't have an example of multiple universes that we can compare to, right? So we can't say, well, this universe was designed, this universe wasn't designed. The only universe we have to work with is the universe that we're in right now. So to assert that it was designed is begging the question. Your conclusion is to try and prove there is a designer, right? So the fallacy is called the question begging fallacy. You're baking your conclusion into your premises. And again, they're not formal premises, but it's an essay, but that's still the same. The same fallacy applies. It's question begging. If you're going to call the universe designed, then inherently by definition, it presupposes a designer, right? So the goal is you have to tell the person, your interlocutor, wait a minute, we're skipping a step here. The first thing before we can get into designer, we have to hammer down this designed. You've got to demonstrate the universe actually was designed. Okay. And that's when they'll start to get into arguments about complexity and things of this nature. In order to refute those arguments, you really need to have a basis, some kind of scientific background to understand how these structures of the universe actually work, the laws of physics, things of that nature, right? But you don't have to have this background to be able to push back on the argument, because you can go to Occam's razor. Occam's razor says the simplest answer is usually the correct answer, because unless you can justify adding extra premises, right? So when you say, look, the universe just exists, it just is, it's self-caused, right? Then you have to demonstrate the necessity to add this extra step of God. And then you have to accept that if your God is a brute fact, you have to demonstrate the need to have God as a brute fact, as opposed to just letting the universe be its own brute fact. Okay. The watchmaker argument is a very easy argument to refute because of this very simple refutation. The other thing that you could do, so I'm a designer. I invented the triform hull on my watercraft. You guys see me riding that in my picture, right? It's a hybrid type of a boat. It's a kayak, stand-up paddleboard, motorboat, towable, all in one. It's a hybrid watercraft. I have 2 patents for the design. The thing I know as an engineer and as a designer in the real world is that complexity is actually the sign of a very bad design or lack of design. So a good design is actually simplistic. It seems complex to people who don't understand the processes. That's because they don't understand the processes. But if you actually understood engineering, right, particular design engineering, or if you understood computer programming, or if you understood how anything works that's designed, carpentry, architecture, whatever it might be, civil engineering projects, you understand that it's actually the simplest, the most effective designs, the ones that show actual intelligence, are the simplest designs. When you add over complexity unnecessarily, it overcomplicates things, and you end up with a lot more issues, a lot more problems that can be built into the process. So when we look at the universe and say, wow, this is really complex, that's actually not a sign that the universe is designed. It's a universe that the evidence actually leans towards the fact that the universe is just simply responding to natural processes within chemistry, right? Within the laws of physics, energy, how energy works with matter, so on and so forth, right? The fundamental forces. That's the best explanation for what we see today. It's particularly when it comes to something like evolution. A lot of people, I know some people who watch this channel, and I run into people all the time who don't believe in evolution. I'm not a scientist, so I can't get super, super deep into evolution with people because it's just not my field of expertise. I do talk to a lot of scientists, and I have had scientists on my channel, evolutionary biologists in particular. Tomorrow, I'm going to be talking with a genetic researcher, okay, talking about how vaccines actually work and how the science behind that stuff actually works, where the evidence lies. When it comes to evolution, when you look at the human body, if it were designed, would be a terrible design. I think it's roughly 5,000 people every year in America alone, one of the most advanced countries in the world. 5,000 people die every year from choking to death on their food. Okay, that's not a good design. If you right, the fact that our windpipe, we need to breathe out of the same tube that we swallow our food with, is a very, very bad design. We see the fact that a lot of people need to wear glasses, right? Because the design of the eye is fallible. Right. There are people who have all kinds of diseases they contract because the design of genetics is if it were designed, would be terrible. This would be a terrible design if you actually break down these processes. But if you understand that we evolved to live inside the world, given the natural and what we call environmental pressures, then this quote unquote design makes perfect sense. Why our eyes work the way they do, why we are bipedal, why we have opposing thumbs, why we're considered mammals. All of this stuff actually works perfectly within the model of evolution. But if you actually break this stuff down, it fails terribly if you say a perfect all-knowing God created this mess, right? Cancer, all this other stuff. It just all breaks down. Though we'll try to have arguments for this stuff, right? and they'll say, well, look, the gravitational well is perfect. If gravity was a little bit different, then everything would collapse. Or, if the laws of physics were a little bit different, the universe would collapse. Unfortunately, they can't make that argument because we don't know. We don't have another universe to compare it to. All we have is what we're working with right now. So we have to look at what we actually have and go from there. So there's the watchmaker argument. I wonder if I should close these out as I go through them. We'll see. Are you guys getting any buffering? It doesn't look like it. I'm watching on it doesn't look like it is. So I think I'm good with these tabs. Let's look at the give me 1 second. I'm just going through to see which one of these arguments I want to approach next. Okay, let's go through the Kalam cosmological argument. This is another really popular one that you guys are going to be, I'm sure, well familiar with, okay? The structure of the Kalam cosmological argument is based on two premises and a conclusion. Very simple. Premises number one, whatever begins to exist has a cause. Premise number two, the universe began to exist. The conclusion that follows is, therefore, the universe has a cause. Now, this is an example of a valid syllogism, right? All the premises work, and they lead to the conclusion. This is not a sound argument. You're not getting soundness out of this, okay? Because it presupposes several things. The first premise can actually be questioned. Does everything that exists begin to exist, right? We don't actually know that. The other issue that is in contention is the second premise, that the universe actually began to exist. We don't know that either. There are a number of cosmological models that posit an eternal universe. We also know with the laws of physics, energy can neither be created nor destroyed. So we have really good reason to reject both of those premises, actually. We don't have to accept those. They must be demonstrated in order for us to accept that this is a sound conclusion. Right now, again, it's valid the way it's written. It is valid, but it's not sound, and you have good reasons to reject both premises number one and premises number two. So, the material universe could be self-existent, okay? And one of the pushbacks you're going to get runs into what's called infinite regress. There are a number of ways to address this. In philosophy, they have a few different angles. If you want to get into the philosophy, it's really interesting. But you can just consider it from a practical point of view that some of the stories are the thought experiments that they will use to try and show that infinite regress is impossible. It's something like Hilbert's Hotel or the Grim Reaper paradox, for example, right? And unfortunately, with the universe could be self-existent, all of the elements necessary for the universe to exist could be contained within existence itself, logically speaking. Okay, so there's no issue with infinite regress there. Even if it's an infinite chain of necessary elements, those elements, or necessary or contingent, either way, however you look at that, could exist within the universe itself. So it would actually still be justified that the universe could exist even within an infinite regress. The other issue with it is when we talk about infinite regress, we presuppose time. And time is quite potentially an emergent property or an emergent phenomenon. Okay, so that time is not what we think it is as far as how far back, so what happened before the Big Bang, right? Time. So when you get into time, that gets really, really sticky. There's different models for time. So we tend to think of time, most of us tend to think of time in what's called the A theory of time, that time moves linear, meaning we have no access to the past or the future. The past has already happened. The future has not happened yet. All we have access to is right now. There are other models, such as the B theory of time, also known as the block theory of time, and the C theory of time. Those are the three that I'm most familiar with. I think I heard the other day there's actually a D theory of time I've not looked into yet, but there are different models of how time would work. So, for example, with the block theory of time, the block theory of time posits that the past, present, and future all exist concurrently. Okay, now it's really hard to just wrap your head around this if you don't understand the cosmology or the model itself. So I would encourage you, for a really detailed explanation of how block theory works, look into it, type up block theory and actually look into it, because at face value, the uneducated person, the uninitiated, would say, wait a minute, how does things like evolution or entropy or anything work if everything is the past, present, future is always in existence. Block theory of time actually works with entropy, with evolution, and everything else. So it does not there's no problem with any of the laws of physics and block theory of time once you understand how the theory works, right? But to keep things as simple as possible, you could say, look, when we say everything began to exist, the universe began to exist, when we start using those terms, we're talking about, we're inferring time, and we're presupposing an understanding of time that the interlocutor does not have access to. Okay. That's what makes this presuppositional. They're presupposing they know what time is. The other issue is that you get into another what's called a special pleading fallacy. Okay. Because you say, well, what happened before God existed? And they say, well, nothing. God's always existed. So their argument that everything that exists had to have a beginning, they now special plead that God doesn't need a beginning, right? So then you say the same thing. Well, what about time? What about this infinite regress? And they'll say, well, God is outside of time. So they're trying to hijack the same answers that science would give you, that the natural explanation would give you, that there is no understanding of time prior to the universe, the Big Bang. Okay. What we call space-time. They'll accept that, but they won't apply it to the natural world. They want to presuppose that the only way that can be justified is by giving a supernatural explanation, which they cannot explain or justify. That makes it the presupposition. If this was evidentiary, they would have evidence for it. We would be able to test this empirically or even philosophically with a sound conclusion, which obviously we're not getting that, right? So this is the issue with the cosmological argument for God. What's the next one? I think I'll go through. Well, let me go through the MOA. Okay. So the modal ontological argument. Let's see if I have this actually. That's not it. Where is the? Give me 1 second here. I've got way too many tabs. So what am I doing to myself here? Okay. So let me see here. Let's see if I get a syllogism for the syllogism. If I could spell syllogism for the MOA. Ontological. Argument for God. Okay, let's see if that'll bring me up what I need here. This uses S5 modal logic for those of you who are into the philosophy and stuff like that. Modal logic comes in many, many different forms, K1, S5, so on and so forth. Again, this gets really deep into philosophy, and I don't want to just overwhelm everybody. But the modal logic, this form of modal logic tries to use S5 structure. So it works with what's called possibility, right? The argument states that it's a deductive argument that uses modal logic from the S5 system to show that if it is possible for a maximally great being to exist, then such a being must exist necessarily, and therefore in the actual world. Okay. So the first premise would be, it is possible that a maximally great being exists. Premise number 2, if it is possible that a maximally great being exists, then necessarily a maximally great being exists. The conclusion that follows obviously is therefore a maximally great being exists necessarily. So you're going to run into the same issues we ran into with the other argument, right? It's valid, but it's not sound. There's actually a formal argument against the modal ontological argument that's called the reverse modal ontological argument, which states it's possible that a necessary being does not exist. And it just runs the whole argument backwards, right? So if it's possible that a necessary being does not exist, then a necessary being does not exist. The conclusion, therefore, a necessary being does not exist, right? So you end up with a symmetry between the modal ontological argument and the reverse modal ontological argument, and you need a symmetry breaker. The symmetry breaker gets a little bit really into the weeds in philosophy, because you have to, depending on which way you break the symmetry for or against the MOA, depends on which form of modal logic you accept, right? And you don't have to accept any of these, because this is all philosophy, right? It's mental masturbation, right? It makes us sound really smart when we do it, but it's not really getting us what we need, because in philosophy, we want sound conclusions. Otherwise, we should stick with the empirical method, which we get through science. Science doesn't deal with anything supernatural. So there are no scientific tests for gods or miracles or things of this nature, right? If they're supposed to have a supernatural foundation or ontology, because science can't go there. Science only tests what it can observe and measure. Philosophically, we can get into some of this metaphysical stuff, they call it, right? And that's what modal ontological argument is dealing with, a metaphysical claim, possibility, right? There's, with the symmetry breaker in S5 modal logic, the symmetry actually breaks towards existence, because S5 would state that existence is better than non-existence. Okay, so the symmetry would actually break in favor of the MOA. In lower forms of modal ontological argument, like K1, for example, or something like that, right? Or excuse me, I said modal ontological. In modal logic, then you're going to get the symmetry break in the opposite direction. KT, S4, things of that nature, right? I think I said K1, I'm sorry. KT, S4, stuff like that. That's going to break symmetry the opposite direction. So it just depends on what form of modal logic you're going to use to attack this, to attack the argument. When it comes to a simpler way to address this argument, I would just give a counter example, right? It's possible that, pink unicorns that shit rainbows exist and they're maximally great beings. If it's possible these rainbows that, these pink unicorns that shit rainbows exist as a maximally great being, then they do exist as a maximally great being. And therefore the conclusion is we should see these pink unicorns shitting rainbows all over the place, right? We just simply don't see that in the real world. So you can use these ridiculous examples to counter the MOA, and it's perfectly reasonable to do so, right? You're not actually strawmanning the position. You're not, although they will say you are, you're actually not, because you're demonstrating that possibility doesn't equal existence. Just because something is possible doesn't mean it actually exists. And the thing about it is that you have to understand, when it comes to modal logic, there's the modal logic or the modal arguments being used is actually a cosmological argument. So the cosmological argument would state basically that that if it's in any possible universe, right? So if this maximally great being exists in any possible universe, then this maximally great being is necessary to exist. Then it must be necessary in every possible universe. That's how cosmological arguments actually operate. I think I have something about a cosmological argument in here. Yeah, we did. We talked about that already with the existence, right? Or the cause of the universe itself is part of is another cosmological argument. So in this modal cosmological argument, if something is necessary in any possible universe, it must be necessary in all possible universes that share those same attributes, right? If it's possible in any possible universe, it doesn't have to be necessary in any other possible universe, right? So it gets a little bit tricky there. But when you're talking about something that is necessary, which the God of classical theism is posited to be a necessary being, then it would have to be necessary in all possible universes. That's how this modal cosmological model actually works. Now, I have a formal argument myself that I use against the God of classical theism. I've been looking for people to take that debate, and I haven't found anybody yet. I thought I had a couple people ready to do that lined up for it. But once we started talking details, it turns out that their idea of God does not come from classical theism. They've kind of got their own, I would say, their own unique perspective on God. I know that Hank was one of the brothers I mentioned, and he says that his model is not completely unique, and I believe him. I'm sure there are other people who share his thoughts, or he got his thoughts, from some other established model. I think Carl, Crazy Guru, he's another person we were talking about debating this, but he's got a different idea of what God is. He's not the God of classical theism, and that's perfectly fine. I'm just not prepared to debate everybody's individual idea of God. I've only got a formal argument against the God of classical theism. But the argument against the God of classical theism, which draws from Aristotle's maximally great being, or an unmoved mover, is the argument that I have a formal, the concept that I have a formal argument against, that I built myself using what I call my argument from first principles. Do I want to run you guys through my argument from first principles just for fun? I could do that. Maybe I'll say that for a little bit later. We'll go over it if you guys are interested in hearing my own argument about it. So the last argument that I have to go over is called tag. This is a modern argument, came about in the 20th century. And this tag stands for the transcendental argument for God, right? There are actually different versions of tag. So it just depends on what the version the person is running, and a person can make up their own version of a transcendental argument for God, because all they need to do is incorporate transcendental claims, right? So it could be anything. The most common transcendental argument that comes from God, right, is that it posits that God is necessary for knowledge, reasoning, and moral judgment. Okay. So some people will say that without God, you cannot have access to logic and reason. Without God, you cannot have access to morality. Okay. So there's this word called intelligibility. It's a concept that basically, to break it down as simply as possible, that means that logic works, that we presuppose the external world exists, so on and so forth. We presuppose certain things, certain axioms, that our senses are somewhat reliable, our memory is somewhat reliable, so on and so forth. That's what we call intelligibility, and that's how we use reason for that, right? So when you simply say that the natural world justifies all of these things, the person running tag will try to get you caught up in what's called a circular argument and try to say that it's a refutation for your own worldview, that your own worldview is circular, therefore it's invalid. We talked about this at the beginning of this talk today, so hopefully you guys are here for that, or I can run through it again if I need to. But just because something ends up becoming circular is not a problem, because all brute facts will ultimately become circular because they're self-justified, right? They justify themselves. So the natural world is circular because it justifies itself. So logic and reason. So the other thing they don't understand is how reason actually works. So there's a difference between the what we would call the function of reasoning, right? The function of reason and the act of reasoning. So they will say, did you use your reasoning to reason that out, to try to get you caught up and think they're making you look stupid? But you actually do use reason to reason things out. Right? In the same way that you use the motion of chewing to chew your food, right? Same way that you use the motion of driving to drive your car, right? There's nothing wrong with that. That's actually the function is exactly what justifies the predicate of the action. So yes, we do use the function of reason to actualize the action of reasoning. And there's nothing wrong with that. You can use reason to reason without any problems, logically speaking. Okay, so when they say that, they think they're being slick, but they actually it just shows they don't understand how function works, function and form, right? Which is typical. And when a lot of these people who are running these arguments don't actually study philosophy, they don't study formal or informal logic, they're not educated in any of these things. They heard the argument from somebody, it sounded so good to them that they decided to start running the argument themselves. They do not understand what the argument actually is trying to accomplish, and they don't understand where it fails. So you can't really blame them when you try to explain to them that these arguments are failing and they don't get it. The reason they don't understand why it's failing is because they don't understand the argument in the first place, to be honest with you. So the issues with this, so let's start with logic. Okay. In order for somebody to demonstrate that you need God to ground logic, you must be able to demonstrate a P not P universe. Okay, because if you cannot demonstrate a P not P universe, then it would seem that logic is a necessary precondition for any universe and therefore doesn't have a grounding. Logic becomes a brute fact with reality, right? So you can claim that it needs grounding, but you must demonstrate that. And the only way to actually be able to demonstrate that would be to demonstrate a P not P universe. So P not P uses formal logic based on Aristotelian logic. Aristotelian logic basically is where we get the formal logic of the three laws of logic, which is the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle, right? So A is A, that's the law of identity. A is A, not B, that is the law of the non-contradiction. And the law of the excluded is A cannot be both A and B at the same time. Right. So you have these three laws of what we call standard logic, right? And this is, or formal logic, sometimes it's called, right? So a P not P, P stands for the word proposition. So proposition, not the proposition, violates the law of non-contradiction. So a P not P universe would be literally claiming that the universe both exists and does not exist. Now, sometimes they will try to use things like quantum physics, right? Dilatory logic, fuzzy logic, there's paradoxical logic. There's so many different types of logic other than just formal logic, but none of those logical systems actually operate in the macro world. It's all micro or mathematical or conceptual, right? In the actual macro world, the world that we live in, the sun either exists or it does not exist. It cannot both exist and not exist at the same time, right? This violates the laws of physics as well as many other things. It violates the law of logic. So if God is going to be the grounding of logic, they must demonstrate this P not P universe, which they clearly cannot do. They must demonstrate that logic needs a grounding. Otherwise, they must accept it's a brute fact. If it's a brute fact, it doesn't need to be grounded in God. The other issue you get to is morality. Okay. This is something I talk a lot about. For those of you who have watched me on this channel, you've heard me run my arguments for objective morality and a bunch of times. I'm not going to run you through all of it right now because you're probably tired of hearing me say it. But yes, I do believe in objective morality. However, you do not have to believe in objective morality to refute this argument that God grounds morality, right? Because we look at where morality comes from, and it comes from human nature, right? The whole argument is about comes from empathy and reason. So even if you believe that morality is subjective, or whether you're a non-cognitivist or emotivist, and you don't think there are true moral facts at all, that morality is just our emotions, boo, murder kind of a thing, right? All of this can still be justified and explained within biological evolution. We can test brain states. We know where empathy and reason come from by testing functions within the brain itself. We do social sciences to study how people interact within their environment. We understand biologically that we are taxonomically defined as a social species, and there's evidence for all of these things. All of these things are well evidenced in science. Once again, when we get to the justification for all these things, our brute fact is nature, the natural world that we all live in. You and the apologists, the presuppositions, have the same presupposition that the natural world exists. If they want to add another presupposition that the natural world must only exist because God grounds it, they must justify it. They can't just simply claim it. It's got to be justified. And it doesn't need justification because as a brute fact, it holds itself. It's well evidenced because it's the only thing that we have that is evidenced, right? And the beauty of the natural world is it's evidenced philosophically and scientifically. I think that is about as much as I could go through on this. I tried to go as quickly as possible, so I didn't bore you guys to death on this. I know that not everybody's into philosophy. I wasn't watching the YouTube chat, so I don't know, half of you probably left already. But let's just see what is going on here. How many people are still around? Did I put you guys all to sleep with this? Let me look at the chat here and see what's going on. I see Noah's here. Noah, good to see you. Pamela, nice to see you. Daniela, so good to see you, sister. Love having you here. I'm so glad that you're here, and I'm so glad that they made you a mod. I think I said hello to Alyssa and Carl already. The late show. Welcome to the show. This one guy, Emily, Hank, you're here. Gave you a shout out, brother. Good to see you. Nibbles, always nice to see you. Jack Talcott. The amazing, the one and only, the infamous Jack Talcott. Good to see you here, brother. You're always welcome. So nice to see you, Rag. Oh, Ragamuffin. That is the funniest name. The Ragamuffin Vision. That is hilarious. That makes me laugh. Okay, I think. Ryu. So nice to see you. So much respect for you, Ryu. You're such a great thinker. Really smart person. The Rat Chatter's here. Nibbles. Nice to see you. Did I say that already? I feel like I said that already. Well, it's still nice to see. It's doubly nice to see you, Nibbles. Okay. I think I've caught pretty much everybody here. Welcome, everybody. Is there anybody who wants to join the panel? Oh, Professor Hizzle's here. Very good, brother. Nice to see you, family. Anybody want to join the panel, join the conversation? If you have any specific questions, I see Spec Man is here. It's always great to see Spec Man. I'm just going down the list. Wow, a lot of comments. Did I see Set Scales pop up in there somewhere? Maybe I didn't. A lot of comments. Wow, thank you guys for all the interaction in the chat. So does Gracie Guru want to come up here, talk about his own version of God? Because that might be kind of interesting to hear about what God, how he justifies his God, what his argument is, because I doubt that it falls into one of these presuppositions that I've already addressed. It might give us something fresh. Anybody who wants to join the chat. The one thing I will tell you guys just from the outset here, because I'm running DNW's channel, it's not my own. I'm really nervous about who to bring up on the panel, because if it's somebody that I don't know, I don't want to do something that's going to jeopardize DNW's channel by letting some asshole up here to crash out, right? I definitely know this person. I know this brother here. Yeah, it's great to see you guys. So just so you guys know that, yeah, if you want to join the show, you pop up on the backstage, and I don't know you, or somebody that's on the stage that I do know can't vouch for you. I'm not going to be able to let you participate today because I am responsible for the content today, and I do not want to do something that's going to get D&W in trouble by letting somebody up here that I shouldn't have. And I apologize about that because we do love to have the interaction, but I just got to take it very seriously. So I gotta limit who comes up here to people that either I know from the community or people that somebody can vouch for. Okay. So set scales. So we'll start with you, brother, since you were here first. I know you've got some interesting. I think you've got your own theological model that you literally built from the ground up, if I remember correctly. So I don't know if you can do it like in like 2 minutes or less. Can you give people basically an overview of what it is, or is it going to take longer than that?
We can't hear you, Dom. Um, well, I want to start with asking you questions about your presentation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Since Dom's not, since
Oh.
Dom's not ready, I'll start asking
Yeah.
my first question.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you now. Let's let Dominic go, and then Hank. Yeah, you're up next, and then we'll go to Vital Vicar after that. Good to see you, Vital Vicar.
Basically, to sum it up very briefly, it's called the Unified Topological Ontology, which just takes spaces and the information that flows between spaces and unifies all these spaces into a single existence and framework. That's basically it. Well, yeah, Hank can ask his questions.
Yes. So my first question, based on your presentation, is what is a universe objective ethics?
So my understanding of the universe is all that exists.
Okay. I have a follow-up question. So if I set a context, like say my computer, can I say that all my exist in my computer is a universe technically? Or no, I can't do that.
Brother, I didn't understand your question.
Go ahead. So since all that exists, like if I can contextualize, like say all that exists inside my home, would that technically be a universe by your definition or no?
I got myself muted. Sorry, did you hear me? Yeah. So, so I would say that everything that exists, the entirety of all existence, is what I think of as the universe. Some people would say it would be easier to understand that as cosmos instead of universe, and try to maybe delineate down a little bit if that would be helpful. So I would say the cosmos is everything that exists, but I don't think that's really necessary. But I just think the universe refers to everything that is in existence. Your laptop would exist in the universe, right?
Is there a scientific test for the universe?
You can't step outside the universe to observe it. No.
Does that mean
that's why hard solipsism cannot be solved, right?
Does that mean the universe is supernatural then? Since you can't find the universe in the universe?
No.
By definition?
No. No, that doesn't follow. That doesn't logically follow.
Well, you can't.
That doesn't necessarily follow. Just because you can't step outside the universe, that doesn't mean you can't define the universe as all that exists. Now, you could talk about falsification, but we already said there's no scientific test for it. So yeah, it can't be falsified. That's true because you can't step outside of it, right?
But we can't find the universe in the universe by definition, though.
Well, I would agree. You can't find the universe. Everything. Well, it depends on what form of identity you're actually looking at, right? So I would say that identity is leading on Aristotle, who's probably the philosopher I lean on the most. That identity is that which contains all of its necessary parts, right? So all the internal parts, including space, time, everything that counts as a property, all those properties exist within whatever it is that you're identifying. So the universe contains all of its properties within itself. that meets the criteria for identifying the universe for what it is.
But you're saying the set of the universe will not contain itself. The set of the universe will not contain itself.
That's the opposite of what I'm saying. The universe is contained within the universe.
The set of the universe does contain itself.
Just like an apple contains everything that is necessary to make an apple what an apple is, right? The universe contains everything that's necessary to make the universe what it is. The difference between the apple and the universe is that we can step outside the apple to observe it and measure it and test it. With the universe, we cannot step outside the universe to measure it and test it. So we presuppose, my presupposition is that the universe exists. Right?
No, I get it. No, I totally get what you're saying. It's almost like that a fetus inside of a womb has all of the components that are going to be required to create a human life. You're right. You're exactly right.
I would disagree with that, actually, but it's potential. It has the potentiality. Potentially, it has the potentiality to contain all the things a human being would need, but
no, it doesn't have the. So you'd say that about the seed of a tree, but you won't say it about a human fetus.
No, I'd say the same thing about a seed of a tree. A seed of a tree.
You literally just said that an apple, like the seed of an apple, has everything contained inside of it to make an apple tree. Thus and so, a fetus inside of a womb has everything inside of it required to make a human being.
No, I didn't say that at all. I said an apple has all of
the
even
if you didn't say it, it's true. It's actually factually true.
Well, an apple has all of the properties internally to make it what it is, an apple. So when we identify an apple, that's because it contains all of the properties necessary within itself to be an apple. It could be a bad apple. It could be a rotten apple. It could be a shriveled up apple. It could be an apple that was that grew without any seeds, right? There was a deformed apple. There's a number of different properties that will make it a unique thing that we can identify, right? But whatever we're identifying something as, it will have the properties necessary to identify it for what it is. So your car has certain properties. Even if your car doesn't work, then it would be a broken down car, so on and so forth.
So you adhere to the laws of logic.
I do. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I reject relative logic. I think relative logic is a broken system. Like most philosophers, the majority of philosophers reject relative logic because it's simply something that was introduced to attempt to overcome paradoxes like the Trinity, for example, right?
Can you define what relative logic is?
Go ahead, Dom. You were saying what?
I guess not.
Yes, I can, but Dom was asking a question first, so let's let Dom finish this. So yes, Dom, what about logic now? I'm sorry.
So if we take the law of identity and we apply it to the apple, that's all we can do with it. We cannot take the apple and apply it to the law of identity. So there's something, or some sort of constant in the universe that makes things conform to their identity throughout their life and potentially even beyond at least the physical components. So where do these laws of identity come from? Where are these physical constants coming from?
So I think, so for me, I would say that's a malformed question because it presupposes they have to come from something. I don't think they do. I think they haven't. I think they actually just exist necessarily.
Okay. So I have another question. Is the universe natural?
Well, I think Vital had one, and then we'll go to you, Hank. I told Vital to wait for Dom. So Vital, what were you saying, brother?
It's at this point it'll be a derail, so just let him go.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And by the way, before you go, Hank, we should say hello to our sister Emily. Emily, so good to see you here, family.
Hello, Emily.
Thanks much. Hi, guys. Good to see you as well. All of you.
Sounds like your voice is getting a little bit better. Feeling
a little better. Yeah, I'm returning to being a human being. It's awesome.
I know how it is. I got that cold. Like a month and a half ago or two. I can't even remember now. It was so long ago. I got a cold. It hit me hard for about a week. I actually took a week off of work, which is pretty unusual for me to take time off of work. Then maybe that's why I got so sick, because I don't take enough time off. But anyway, I did take time off because I was forced to. And I got over the cold, like the major symptoms, in about a week. But for some reason, I've still had like this residual congestion, kind of, so to speak, like up in my throat. It's not in my lungs. I've actually been able to get back in the gym and exercise, and I'm not having any breathing problems or anything like that, not getting winded. But the more I talk, there's something that's going on with my throat ever since I had that cold, and it's so annoying. So hopefully my voice lasts through this whole show. But at any rate,
Yeah.
so yeah.
Understandable. Yeah, appreciate it. Yes.
Now, Hank, I think Vital had deferred to you. Go ahead, brother.
Yes. Is the universe natural?
I consider the universe to be natural. Yes.
How do you know the universe is natural?
Accepted as a brute fact.
But you also, like, what is your proof, though? You have to actually provide some kind of proof for that. You're just like, I accept that God exists as a brute fact, but there's just as much evidence as saying that there isn't. So how do you know that this isn't an artificial universe? That, like, what's your proof is kind of what we're going for.
Yeah. So
not me. I just want to know what he means by natural. So I actually do not care. But continue.
I'd like to dig in a little further, because if he says he takes it as a fact that the universe is natural, then what's the basis of that fact?
Because we have to have a starting point somewhere, so we've got to have an axiom that starts somewhere. So the brute fact, the reason that this makes it a brute fact as opposed to an axiom, is that we interact with this, like using the scientific method. Like, I know if I walk into a wall, I'm gonna like hurt myself if that wall is a solid object. I may not be able to demonstrate externally from the universe as to that these objects actually exist because of hard solipsism. But I know that the way I function in the real world is I don't drive my car through buildings because I know I'm going to kill people, I'm going to crash my car, so on and so forth. You operate the same way, right? If you have a driver's license, you must operate the same way. So you and I actually both accept that these facts exist, right? Now, you may not call them brute because you may say, well, you can still call it a brute fact, but I don't think for you it would be. Your brute fact is going to be God, right? If you believe that God created this world, then you're kicking the can down the road one step further to say that God is the brute fact, right? You can't demonstrate that God exists, just like we can't demonstrate the universe exists because we can't get outside the universe. We're still having, you and I have the same problem. The difference between us is that Occam's razor favors the natural explanation over the supernatural explanation, right? Because you're adding it.
So I have a question. Okay,
well,
so
it does by definition, because we're starting with the supernatural world that we both live in, right? You're adding a step to that, which is the God concept. So Occam's razor says additional steps must be demonstrated. If they're not demonstrated to be necessary, then you should just reject them. The other thing,
the argument is simple. I mean, you dismiss the clockmaker argument, but it is really valid. I mean, it's not even a matter of complexity. It's a matter of sublime. Everything works together in such a sublime fashion. It really is kind of simple in its complexity. And I understand that when you're arguing with 82 IQ evangelical, that they're going to use a word like complex because that's the one that they understand. The word that they're looking for is sublime. We marvel at how perfectly this all just works together on a universal scale from one end of the universe to the other. And we say, well, something like this, I mean, it tumbling together over trillions of years, it just seems a little far-fetched because there are so many rules that like everything observes. And so we're going to have an interesting conversation, maybe not right now because I'll be bouncing off this panel on and off, but you'll be surprised that many of my Christian beliefs were come to through logical inferences. Like, for example, I just don't think that something that works together so well, like a clock or like a universe, could have been something that tumbled together by means of probability.
Yeah, I want to ask. I have a question.
Let me just finish my point. This also doesn't mean that the creator necessarily is divine, but it seems like something ordered all of this because it works so sublimely. Anyway, I'm done.
So earlier you said that you don't think that the physical constants of the universe, like the laws of logic, or I can even say like gravity or electromagnetism or these sorts of things as well, the thermodynamics, you think that they just are and they're innate and they don't have some sort of common source. So if they do operate so perfectly in unison, how are they doing this if they don't have any common source, if they're just essentially like these geometric constants that are just clashing against each other?
I didn't say anything about common source.
That's what I'm saying. I'm asking you, how can they exist? How can they coexist together without a common source?
A common source. I have to try and I'm trying to understand how you're using this common source. So they all the commonality is it's all natural processes. So that would make them common, right? So what binds it together, I believe, would be something like, wave functions or something like that. Like it all functions within there's a natural explanation for all of it, which gives it its commonality, right? So we have wave functions, for example. We only have so much understanding scientifically of what binds all this, quote unquote, binds all this together. I think the answer is going to be found in the laws of physics, whether or not we can ultimately access, because we have limitations, right, on what we can actually experiment with when it comes to the laws of physics.
But my point is, the answer cannot come from the laws of physics, because the laws of physics are the things that are being bound together.
The answer can be contained within the thing that it is. It cannot be necessarily observed outside of it. That's the issue we're running into. But it can certainly contain all the properties it needs to exist. That's where this law of identity comes from, right?
But you see the problem yet. So you define natural as things inside the universe. And are you also asserting that the universe is inside itself?
All of the properties that make the universe exist within the universe. Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm asking if the universe itself or is it contained in its own set?
As I said, all the properties of the universe that make the universe what it is, that's what defines the universe.
Yes, so the universe does not contain itself, therefore cannot be categorized as natural. If we define natural as things that contain in the universe.
That doesn't follow. You're saying the universe can't contain itself?
I mean, can it contain itself?
It is contained within itself. Everything, all the properties that make it what it is are contained within itself. In the same way that the apple, right, contains all the properties necessary to make the apple what it is, the universe contains all the properties within itself to make the universe what it is.
So are you claiming the universe is recursive?
It's circular in that regard, right? To explain itself, right?
So the universe is about 15 billion years old. Where did it come from? And what caused these certain geometric constants to form?
So I would say the geometric concepts. So I believe that logic and mathematics are necessary preconditions for existence itself. So I don't think they come from anywhere. I think they're just simply necessary properties, just like the law of identity, right? Like I mentioned before, the P not P concept for tag, right? To say that God grounds logic. Logic is necessary for existence itself. Something either must exist or not exist, or it becomes incoherent. The concept, you can argue or make the claim that that's not true, but we can't conceptualize that any more than we can conceptualize a square circle, right? So we can say square circles exist in some universe, but we can't demonstrate it, and we can't even conceptualize it in our minds. Because
Taxicab geometry.
It still doesn't work, though. In the practical world, it still doesn't work.
Oh, it works just fine for me.
Well, okay, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. But to say that it works mathematically, right? So it demonstrates that mathematics must be this fundamental principle in all reality, right? Further demonstrates that. So I would say that logic and mathematics don't have to come from anywhere. I think that they could be. Now, I am a naturalist. I don't have an argument for metaphysical naturalism developed yet, but I am dabbling with that right now because it's an interesting question, right? Are mathematics and logic necessarily a priori, right?
So it kind of sounds like you're saying that they precede the universe if they don't come from anywhere, but the universe comes from these things, right?
That's not what I'm saying. No, I'm saying, but I do think there's an interesting argument, and I'm actually working on it right now, but very slowly because I have so much on my plate. But I do think that metaphysical naturalism is a very fascinating concept. Is logic and mathematics necessarily a priori? Is a great question to ask, and it doesn't need a supernatural explanation. You can have a natural explanation to this. Is the reality that we experience structured on these concepts of logic and mathematics, or is it just something that's a necessary property contained within itself? I don't have an answer to that necessarily, because I do think that metaphysical naturalism does offer something uniquely insightful to that. And I'm not the first person to come up with this. There's actually scholars I'm looking into right now that talk about this and have written about metaphysical naturalism.
So how can you participate in possible world semantics if you assume only one possible world? How does that even work?
Do I assume only one possible world? Well,
Yes.
so I don't necessarily think that modal arguments are necessary. I mean, they're interesting, and they do have some purpose, right? But modal cosmological arguments aren't really that useful because we can't observe external universes, at least that I'm aware of, right? So we can't get out of the universe that we're in. So the only thing we have to work with is the universe that we're in. So presupposing that there are different universes or multiple universes, I don't see a necessity for that. I mean, you could use it for building philosophical concepts. I understand that purpose, but I don't understand why we would seriously consider that there's another universe outside this one. Now, that's not to say there aren't cosmological models that have considered this, right? There's a multiverse theory, for example, right? So there are other people who do venture into this. I personally think the cosmological model that makes the most sense to me would be like like quantum loop gravity or something like this, something cyclical. It makes the most sense to me, but I'm not a cosmologist.
If we examine the concept of multiverse from a philosophical perspective, right? Theoretically, these universes would form the same way that our universe did, with different geometric layers coming together to form a universe, right? Just like ours did.
The laws of physics would hold. I think, to me, it seems like, anyway, based on what we see in this universe, I think the laws of physics would hold because I believe that they are necessary, and anything that's necessary in modal logic, as I mentioned before, is going to have to be necessary in all possible universes, right?
So if the laws of physics essentially exist as a superposition, and these are what creates universes, and universes are just essentially defined by the number values of the physical constants there, then logically what follows is that these geometrics and the potential for them exists somewhere before or outside of the universe, which basically condenses itself to make universes.
I mean, on the metaphysical question, yeah, I do think, like I said before, I do think it's very interesting to consider whether or not logic and mathematics, geometry in particular, are necessarily a priori. I'm not sure. I don't have an argument for that. I do think it's interesting, but what I do know is that you don't have to impose anything supernatural, nor do you have to impose agency. It doesn't have to be a mind behind any of it, right?
So do fictional things exist in the universe?
I'm sorry, brother. I did not hear what you said. What was that, Hank?
Yes. Does fictional things exist inside the universe?
Only as concepts, right? So the idea of this is really interesting because we think of, okay, does an idea exist, right? Well, we know that idea in some ways actually does exist. Like, for example, in my own invention, right? My own patented boat design, I envisioned it in my head before I ever designed it, right? I drew out some schematics, some rough draft. The first drawing that I made was on a napkin. I was sitting at a restaurant after going kayaking with I took a group. I was a river guide. I took a group of people out kayaking. I was watching all these people struggle, and I was sitting there, went to a nice lunch afterwards, had a cold beer on a beautiful day, and I was looking out this restaurant that overlooks the river, And I was thinking about the trip of the day that I'd taken these people on, and watching these people fall in and out of the water, constantly falling out of their boats and stuff. And I was thinking to myself, God, there's got to be an easier way to do this. And they do have kayak stabilizer systems out there, right? And I started thinking about these kayak stabilizer systems, and one thought led to another, and I just got this vision, and I drew it on a napkin, and I was like, oh, that'd be kind of interesting, you know. And then the process evolved. So that idea that was just this thoughts in my head, just different brain states, didn't exist in the real world until I made them exist. Now, you could think of something like pink unicorns that shit rainbows, right? You can think about something like that because there's no logical contradiction, so you can conceptualize it. Does that mean that it actually exists in the real world? I would say no, it doesn't, but it exists in your mind as an idea. So thoughts exist as what they are, thoughts. That doesn't mean that just because you can think about something, it actually exists, nor does it prevent something from coming into existence that you've thought of. Both can be true.
So you're saying mental things do not exist in the universe?
Not other than what they are as mental things. They exist as just that, mental things by definition, right?
I'm confused. Do mental things exist in the universe? Yes or no?
If I can make it any clearer than that, a mental thing exists as a mental thing until you bring it into existence and turn it into something material.
Awesome.
Right.
It's a yes. Crazy, you can go for it if you want to go.
Oh, thanks, Hank. I thought it was Owie show. Owie, a great presentation tonight, brother. And like I said, I've always agreed with your opinions, especially when it comes to the sort of dogmatic preachings of esoteric knowledge and Gnosticism, because I believe all these books were once there and it was taken over. I don't believe in these sort of interpretations of gods that, you know, have you thinking you're going to hell or hell, all this stuff. I'm against myself because it's all part of manipulating a child's mind into a world of slavery. But before I go into that, but I was wondering, you was talking about designing something, and I thought, you know, let's be humans here and you know, and share with each other. In the background, I don't know if you can bring it up there or if you know how to, there's an image on the screen. And what I was doing there one time, and I was there and I was thinking, you know, I wanted to create something, you know, from perspective outside this religion I'm building to show people how my intellect works. And
is this your puzzle builder image?
Yes. And what this is it's called the logical labyrinth. Yeah. The idea is you start at the center. The first move is to choose which way you want to enter the labyrinth. Yeah. And the directions are north, east, west, and south. Yes. And you can see there are 4 prime colors used, and every room has one of these colors. The rules are simple. Once you choose an entry point and you enter the labyrinth, from that point onwards, your movement is limited to never going in the same direction twice in a row or through the same color door twice in a row. Now, as you can imagine, the point is now you must exit through one of the 4 exits of the maze on the outer wall. And that final door is also a door. Each color is a door. So as you can imagine now, if you go in through you go west from the north entry point, you go through a blue door. Now you can't now go north because that's a blue door, and you can't keep going west because you can't go in the same direction twice in a row. So you can either now go, you know, green, which is south, or you can go back on yourself because no one said you couldn't go back on yourself. So as you can see, the logic now switches rooms and things. Different corridors disappear. Different options open up. These 2 logical rules create a puzzle that has never been designed before. It doesn't exist. This is the first you see in the draft of it now. We've been protecting it and building it in multiple options and different ways to present this. But I've been looking for someone like yourself, Objective, that's done these designs that come on, you know, that's everybody that wants to take us on is high tier and always wants to do something massive, and you know, like, and I'm like, no, I just want to keep it just simple. Maybe link it with autism or something, you know, always create a charity version, something for this. But like, as you can see, the logic behind this, my mind built this puzzle, like you were saying about your ideas, built the puzzle before I made it. I could just walk around it in my head and understand it. You could even turn this into a little computer game if you think about it. Each one of them a big hangar door, and you've got to do like a, you know, kill a wave of units and keep going. But you get lost in it. This is an actual maze where it's like a fog of war is your memory. And also you can get parts where you're like, oh, damn it, I'm trapped. You're going around in circles and you realize you've fallen into it. And then you have to start at the beginning again and then pick a different entrance. And sometimes I put two routes in it. One is faster than the other one. So as you can see, it's an actual logical labyrinth that no one's ever created before because it's kind of unique, right?
That would make a good peak.
Has anybody solved this one yet? Has anybody done it?
No, I didn't, but this would make a good Pico 8 game. It's the right form factor to fit in Pico 8. It's all square, so we should consider doing this.
Yeah. Do you know what I loved about this though? Is the simplicity, like OE was explaining, is that I wanted one of them those Christmas jingles that keep making you money forever. And you think about it, this can be taken down into grayscale and put into like puzzle books that have always been here and always will be there. It can be put into like a brand new X game. You can even have it so because an AI app could simply design these and make them bigger and make massive sort of like games for people to have competition, see who's going to be the first to solve it or something like that. But so these are things I work on in the background as well. I'm not just doing all this heliocentricism, and this is all part of this. Is what's going to fund it all, to remove all this dogma and crap from reality and show people how to think ethically in objective ways and think for themselves and build a relationship with reality, not through what someone else tells you or through fear, but through what you experience through gnosis and where you can collaborate through knowledge, like what OE talks about.
Yes.
Are you part of the Carl? Are you part of the Discord server?
Your Discord server or
no,
what Discord?
DNW.
Oh yeah, I do. Yeah, I have a Discord server, but I'm not part of DNW's. No, I haven't seen that yet.
Oh yeah, you definitely. I know there is a financial commitment to it, but it's only like $1 or $2 a month to be part of the Discord server. Emily, I don't know if you have a link. You possibly, if you might be able to throw a link up in chat. I should have done that. I don't know. Maybe DNW has one in the description of his channel. I don't know, but yeah, I would encourage everybody. Oh no, don't throw it up because what am I saying? Don't do that. Forget I just asked that, Emily. I guess the goal that DNW is doing here is to get people, to motivate people to become channel members. Yep. That's when you get access to the Discord server. So sorry about that. Sorry for the confusion. So yeah, if you can become a channel member, Gracie, then you would have access to DNW's own Discord server, part of this community here. And that would be a great thing for you to share on that Discord server so that people could take a look at it and give it its their attention and stuff like that. Might find it to be a fun game. And that would be a great thing to add to the Discord server to give people some motivation. It's like, oh, what kind of different things are going on in here? I think if I remember right, Gracie, DNW did say that he was considering giving you your own channel in the Discord server. I think it's called a channel, right? So you'd have your own room that you could set up. I don't know if you remember DNW saying that or not. I hope I'm not overcommitting DNW, but I swear I heard him say that he would.
DNW's offered lots of different things like to us in the past, and we'll talk about that. But and it's not a negative but at the moment I've got so much and I got to prioritize, but I will try and catch up with that. It seems a simple enough task to join the Discord server and put it up there and talk to DNW about stuff like that. But yeah, I'm happy enough to do that. And I said this thing is shared in multitude different ways now. That we're looking at. We've had to go over a service just to protect the idea that it's ours and things, and the mechanics beneath it and everything. Charles will write all that, and it's phenomenal. He tells how it all works, how the logic of building it works as well, how it's built and how you can use numbers, grayscale, you can change and manipulate this in different ways. In fact, we've actually gone further to put this on a foam puzzle. It's magnetic, it goes together and they're more like Tetris blocks, and it can only go together one way using the image, logic and reasoning. It can only go together one way, and when it does, I've actually got it. I'll make a little video of it and I'll put it up on the channel as well, so you can see it. And then you've got to try and get out of it at the same time, which we thought was cool because
sorry, like I only have so much time, and I want to actually address this, Crazy, but OE said something that I want to address too. Is that okay? I don't mean to be rude.
You're always welcome. It's nice to talk to you. I haven't chatted with you in a while, so glad you're here. Go ahead.
So OE, based on what you said about that board, you sound like a visionary inventor to me. And I'm sitting, and I don't want to fluff myself up or give too many details, of course, but I'm sitting on something that I think as soon as I can patent this and get this to market, it will be huge. I'm good with the engineering side of things. I'm not good with the design side of things. So if you wanted, I'm hoping to keep all the IP and patents as mine. But if you want to work together on like a startup company, and we'll have both like an equal share in it. Just for you doing the design work, to get a product launch. Like, I'd be totally cool with that. But anyways, we can talk in DMs. So that's all I'm saying is, if you're interested, I can DM you. Also,
Yeah,
you should network me with Fritzy,
Yeah, no, I
because
would be. I'm really into networking, and I'm also into giving back to just the world at large. And because I've been financially successful and very, very fortunate, because people helped me. They didn't charge me anything for it. A lot of times, they literally just helped me. Because if it wasn't for people's help, I wouldn't have known how to form plastics. I wouldn't have known how to do a lot of the engineering things. I had to go back to college to shore up some of my math and stuff like that. So if it wasn't for people being willing to help me, I wouldn't have been as successful as I was as a business owner, etc. So I'm actually willing to, for free, depending on what it is what you're needing, to help you out quite a bit, actually. And I have patented things before, so I understand that process, how that
that
goes.
would be super helpful. I've
Yeah, I
been
would
AI
definitely
in
be
it,
willing to do
and
that. I don't need anything for it. I would even be willing to sign an NDA. You know, you don't have to worry about me.
that
I'm
would
not
be
looking to steal anybody's idea,
helpful.
but yeah, I'd be willing to protect your interests, sign an NDA or something like that. And however you want to go about it, you can DM me. I'm more than happy to. The thing is, I want to tell you up front, I am super busy. So
No
because
worries.
you know what I mean.
I will be too.
I wouldn't charge you for it. I can't. I gotta
I will be
prioritize.
too, because I have to prototype this anyways.
Yeah, no, it
and-
sounds fascinating. I'd love to hear. I always love to hear about people's different projects and stuff like that.
Cool. So Grazy, this thing that you've made, I'd call it a truth table, actually. And I think it's really interesting, actually. You've essentially mapped a binary truth table to a 2D Cartesian plane, right? Now, I wouldn't say that this is logical from first principles. Where are we getting these directions from? Where are we getting these binary operators from? If you want to figure out how to get there, I suggest learning set theory, if that interests you. It's very high level, but it's also mostly just logical. Like, you can learn it from pure logic and almost learn about everything from a set theory perspective. And what you've drawn here is, it kind of reminds me of a random walk, right? Like, the solution to this space would be the set of paths that you could take from any starting point, but those paths are actually determined by those logical operators too. So it would be a truth table about the paths that you could take to get from, I guess, the middle to any of those 4 cardinal points. It would be a solution, right? Or what do you consider a solution to be?
No. You're almost smack back on. But like, I was going to make it fun and say, can you think of what movie from that description, that linked to, that inspired all that in us to create this?
Interstellar?
No. Older movie, Nicolas Cage.
No, I just can't. I'm not familiar with Nick Cage movies.
Yeah, right. So it's a Nick Cage movie where he's able to see the future.
You're just gonna have to tell me.
He's able to see the future, and there's parts in there where he's helping him try fight bombs. So what he does is he stands in one spot and keeps pretending he's going to go in a direction, so he can see what that future would unfold for him. So when he dies because a bomb blew up, and you manage to see him in real time doing this in his mind. And I realized that's how I build my mind palaces and stuff with my inner personalities.
Right.
To
I can tell that you can I can tell that you can synthesize this in your mind and see it working.
Yeah.
Like, we share that capability. It's a very deep kind of visual intuition for complex patterns. And so what I want to offer you, so I have a complex theory of everything that actually comes from first principles, root axioms. And this actually, I've already worked out how it becomes a grand unifying field theory. So it will basically unify all physics. I'm not going to explain how, but again, if you want to work with me, like I want to work with OE, and there's some way that I can find a way for this to benefit you as it benefits me, that is the kind of thing I would like to do for now. And I think you do have a beautiful mind for navigating these things. And so if you wanted to do a voice chat in Discord, I'll even just explain this to you. And you know what? If you can do something with it, I won't even stop you, because like, I'm going to do a proof in a hardware solution is all I'm going to say for now. And so, if you wanted to do a proof, you might need me anyways. You could also handwrite it.
No, I'm absolutely fine in discussing anything. I mean, for me, this is one of multiple different projects that got a similar sort of feel to this in different areas that we've,
And this is relevant. This is relevant. I'm not going to explain how. I can explain to you in the voice chat, but what you've done here is actually relevant. But that's what I mean by, like, you want to start from first principles and first order logic to actually get to here, but I can explain to you how.
I fail to understand what the point of a theory of everything is. If a theory is not contextualized,
it's a grand.
it's
Hank, I can explain it right away, and I'm short on time, so I'm going to do it quickly. Right now, there are multiple theories of physics that aren't exactly unified. Like, they explain the phenomenon that they observe, but we don't know why those explanations exist over other explanations, and why some things are explanations for this and other things are explanations for that. This will provide us the logical explanation for why things exist as they do, not just the why, but the how.
Well, God did it's a theory of everything, but it's not useful for science.
But there is no God in my theory of everything. So I can actually prove that there is at least a logical possibility that the universe exists without being created by God.
The universe did it. That's a theory of everything.
Okay. prove it with logic then. Give me a set of axioms that are equivalent to each other, so that way it proves what you said to be true.
Premise 1, the universe did it.
No, wait. No, sorry. Predicate logic. We're not doing TAC.
Oh, okay. Predicate. I don't remember what predicate logic. Let me review, and I'll construct something for you. But I think scientifically, I theory everything is.
I've already done that though, Hank. That's what I'm saying.
Science has to be contextualized, so you know what you're talking about. Otherwise, you won't be able to fit into your head.
Hey, Hank, I'm going to send you a lecture that actually works from predicate logic up to like the set theory and the way that you actually can unify things, because I want to see if you can do this. And if you can, I'll be impressed. I'm not going to lie.
I in principle reject all theories of everything as being useless, but I'll see if I can. I'll look at it.
You're welcome to do that.
Yeah, send me the stuff on Discord. You know where I am at Hanko Flamo.
Wonderful. Anyways, thank you, OE. You've been very accommodating. If you can help, just to remind you, if you can help connect me with Grazy on Discord, that would be great. Grazy, are we already connected on Discord? I forget.
I'm going to be completely honest with you and say I don't remember. But
yeah, I'll have to check.
I've got Grazy through Denison's Discord, and Hank's there as well. Cool. Yeah, that'd be a good one to access everybody. I can set up a DM with the three of you, and then you guys could take off from there if you want.
Yeah, Hank still has to prove himself.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to say sweet to that, but I'm a little bit of an old man on these. I'm just kidding.
Hank is a nice guy. He's a nice guy. I think he's out over his skis a bit much sometimes, but he's definitely a nice guy. I enjoy talking to the brother.
But Gracie, I think the person with the unified field theory needs to prove themselves, right?
No, because if you can do it from first order logic, pure predicate logic, then you've essentially shown how the universe can just logically exist as it does.
It can be valid and not sound.
I've done the same thing, but I've done it from a topological perspective.
Yeah, he did do the same thing.
So you started with topology, or you worked from a predicate set up to?
I worked from the set of first principles rooted in natural law and connected spatial.
Wait, natural law. Wait. What law? Where did you get the definition of natural law from?
Natural law is the universal inherent principles which governs the behavior of conscious beings with the capacity to understand them, and they are beyond the simple geometrics.
I don't have time. I really don't have time. That is not first principles, so I'm just going to let you know.
It absolutely is first principles. It's rooted inherently in the fact that each individual is their own.
You're relying on assumptions.
No.
Yeah, you're relying on assumptions.
No, I'm not. Each individual is their own authority, and they're the one who chooses to interact in the world based off of the energy within their body and how they choose to expend it within the world.
If you can network with OE in Discord.
This is fundamental to Maxwell's first equation of electricity, which says that a charge is equal to.
How does it explain the redshift of the universe? How does it explain the redshift of the universe?
I don't know. I'm not trying to explain.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I'm trying to explain where the
universe comes from. Point that it's not unified.
So when you say universe, what do you mean? Because you're clearly using a different definition.
I do have to go. We can carry on this discussion. I have plans, and so I really do have to go this time.
Peace out. You're doing a great job. Always leave them wanting more.
True. That wasn't my intent. But OE, thank you. Anyone who wants to network with me about this, just send them my way. And thank you everyone for being patient as I went through this.
Always good to see you, sister. I've always been very impressed with your mind. You've got a brilliant mind. I'm really glad.
I'm not even saying this will work. I'm just saying I think I thought of something. So don't give me any accolades until I do it, please.
Well, you're very creative. I can just say that safely
Thank
enough.
you.
Right?
Yes.
Very
Okay. Yes,
creative.
you can.
Okay.
And likewise, and same with you, Gracie and Hank. I think everyone here is actually very smart, but I really do have to go. So thank you.
Have a nice
Thank
one
you
now.
so much. And speaking of really smart people, I've got the Machine Lies who just joined us, and TML. Man, I've really enjoyed speaking with you. I've only got a chance to talk to you directly just a couple of times, but I've come across you a few times when you're talking on other people's panels. I just didn't have time to join or access or whatever it was. But man, I'm so glad to have you here with us today. Did you want to just jump right in here? And I mean, the water's warm, brother.
Absolutely, yeah. I just want to show support. It's a great show. I've been listening for a while, right? I really enjoyed the topics about philosophy, right? Anybody that knows me and knows, the type of stuff that, we talk about, definitely I'm, hugely interested in the topic. I really first laid my eyes on this cosmological argument, right? Using the modal logic, right, from Avicenna. Right, it's interesting, right? In the 9th century, philosopher, from Persia, right, who was actually considered an atheist by the Muslims, right, because he said that God is immaterial, and that he believed that the universe was eternal, just as Aristotle did, right? So it's fascinating stuff to talk about. Definitely, I've been enjoying the conversation, and yeah, you're more than welcome to. Talk anytime. I get a great joy out of talking to you too. So yeah, blessings.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, that's fascinating when you study history when it comes to Persia, Iran, the Muslims, the Ottoman. I mean, there's so much to that. There's so much to that historically, but there was this really interesting shift. And this is actually not one of my strengths historically speaking. I've studied Persia through the Persian dynasty, and then went more into studying like Rome and stuff like that. Once Persia fell to the Alexander the Great, and the Greco-Roman Empire was then built up. So, and I've focused a lot on Egypt and stuff. So I'm not as good with my my Islamic history as I am with others. But there was, there was a time when the Muslims were actually considered to be the most scientifically advanced people that were giving us the most advanced scientific concepts and stuff like that. And then there was a shift back to orthodoxy. And it's really unfortunate because now they're just back into bad apologetics like everybody else, in my opinion. But there was a time when they were really they were innovators in so many ways, and I think a lot of people don't realize that.
Yeah, it's remarkable that I think it was the Almohad dynasty in Spain, right, where you had such prominent figures as Averroes and Maimonides, right? The physician, right, the Jewish physician Maimonides, he had placed all the medical, right, knowledge of what medicines to use and what the different effects of the medicines were in 3 different languages, right? So he was a very accomplished physician of his time, and of course he was the physician of the Sultan, for a time there in Spain. So yeah, they collected together, it seems, a very learned group of people, especially in Spain, and yeah, they were highly critical of some of the primary Islamic concepts. Like, for example, Averroes questioned whether you could take the Islamic scripture literally. Right, he claimed that some of it had to be metaphorical, that you would have to interpret the scripture partly through reason and partly through the meaning of the text itself. Right, so this gained quite a controversy. Right, he wrote a work called The Decisive Treatise in which he explained this, and yeah, I'm actually very much interested in history. I kind of am critical of philosophy. I'm a reluctant historian of philosophy. I've studied a great deal of philosophy, but I find that the history of philosophy renders more truths than philosophy itself. I venture to say.
No, brother, I know what you're saying, and it's interesting because up until this last year, and I've been soaking it up like avidly, like I've been just spending so much time studying philosophy. But prior to this, I'm actually known for saying that philosophy is kind of useless because I always saw it as basically, like, I used to say that philosophy is a lot like chess. it makes us feel really smart when we're doing it, but it doesn't actually get us anywhere, you know? And then somebody said, no, you really need to actually, they said, have you studied any philosophy? And I says, no, I was exposed to a little bit of philosophy of religion when I was taking, you know, studying religion in college, but that's really about it. And I hadn't really studied philosophy. And they said, you need to look into like somebody like Plato or Aristotle or something like that. And I said, okay, I'll give it a chance. Once I looked into that stuff, it got me started. And then of course I just couldn't get enough of it. I just absolutely love it because like Kant said, there's two ways that we can obtain knowledge, right? There's the practical certainty, which is like philosophy, theology, and all this, just the realm of that these things deal with. And then there's empirical knowledge, right? And so the empirical knowledge is what we get through the scientific method. And when you combine those two ways of obtaining knowledge, man, the world just opens up so much. You know, the possibilities, what you can think about and contemplate are just so immense.
Yeah, I think also the secret art of philosophy is actually politics, right? So I think that and Socrates kind of pointed this out, and I think so did Aristotle, right, with his idea of zoon politikon, right? That man is a political animal, right? So I think that that's where I think the rubber meets the road in terms of ethics and philosophy and those determinations. So it has had huge impact there. So one of the things I started out studying was political theories, right? Like things like Hobbes and Machiavelli.
I was thinking Machiavelli. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. As soon as you said that Machiavelli is exactly what I was thinking of.
Yeah, he's had a huge influence on my way of thinking, and yeah, I think that politics is basically the crown of philosophy, and I think ethics is the crown of philosophy's achievements, most likely, and I do treat it very hierarchically. I look down on metaphysics for sure. I see it as a creation of Aristotle, right? Actually, Martin Nussbaum actually pointed out that Aristotle wanted to name his book after physics, Metaphysics, which just meant the book after physics. It didn't have any special meaning.
Well, he drew from Plato in that regard. I think that's what motivated him, is looking at Plato's and the Platonic realm and how that actually functions within the world. And while he was critical of Plato, you can see clearly the inspiration where it comes from. In my opinion, I think that Plato would really be where, when I think of metaphysics, that's really what I start with is Plato. But Socrates obviously addressed this, and I think it's impossible for me to pick a favorite philosopher. That's like picking a favorite band or a favorite food or something. There's just, I don't even know if I could come up with a top 10. You know what I mean? There's just so many great thinkers out there. Machiavelli is a great thinker. Scary on how right he was about so many things, because his ideas are quite frightening, actually. Unfortunately, I see. Just really quickly, I see Specman. You're in the back. Is that actually the Spec Man? Because I don't want to make sure I don't let somebody else that I don't know. I now know who Spec Man is. Let me see if I can do this. Give me 1 second, Spec Man. Do you have your camera on by chance? Is there any way you could pop on and off your camera in the backstage really quick to make sure it's Robert and not somebody just using your name?
And if that won't work, there's probably an overlay that will hide the whole panel.
If you look under media assets, it's under there, and then
there is
newcomer.
one. Yeah.
Yep.
Let me we could do it that way. Let me see here. Thank you guys. Okay, so we'll do this. Okay, Spec Man, go ahead and say something. I'll recognize your voice.
Hi, it's me.
There we go, the one and only. Okay, so do I need to leave this visual aid up, because it might be giving some people a headache?
Get rid of it.
Okay, no offense, crazy, no offense, but I'm starting to feel like I was on an acid trip there for a second. Okay.
I always set my reminder to him on X to send me the rules. That way I could program it correctly, because I actually didn't understand what the rules were yet.
Perfect. Yeah, and I will try to remember to set up a DM room with you and Grazy and Melanie when I get done with the stream today. If I can, in fact, I'll write a note for myself to do that. So go ahead, Robert. You're new to the stage. What do you have to say, brother?
I was walking Guru's maze, and I noticed the black doors all the way on the outside, and the only way to get in or out is the cardinal points. I thought that was interesting. Another thing that I was going to say is that I think it's funny because over the years, the debate of the existence of God versus the non-existence of God has become a safe topic. Remember how supposedly, because I wasn't there back in the 50s, they said that there were certain things that you didn't talk about around the dinner table, and that was religion and politics and probably something else. And now it seems to be one of the most common discussions that I can see. And I think it's so popular because it doesn't have an endpoint. It's a conversation that can go on endlessly. As we discover more of the nature of the universe, the conversation changes, but the universe is infinite, so there's always something new to discover.
I think the end point will be when people realize that everyone owns themselves and no one else has a legitimate reason to tell someone else how to live their lives, and try to work on getting rid of beliefs that justify people doing this.
But imagine that everything that you wanted to achieve in life had to come through convincing the individual over coercion. We would just spend most of our lives speaking and nobody would grow anything. And even if they did grow anything, it probably wouldn't get delivered to its destination and then we'd all die. Like I said, it's
So,
kind of like
We don't know that though.
so you have
but
to
I
remember
mean, I'd
Schopenhauer.
like to try it as an experiment that everybody just doesn't have to listen to anybody else at all and just does exactly what they want. No harm, no loss. No harm, no loss. But it will soon end up in harm and loss. And it would be an interesting practical experiment because I think,
This is just projection, I feel like, Speckman. We don't know this. You're just saying you feel like it's going to result in loss because people are naturally chaotic and they need to be coerced to behave. But anyway, was Hank going to say something about
Yeah,
Schopenhauer?
yeah. Remember Schopenhauer or Chris Voss? Pretty much sometimes you need to withdraw just to be more convincing. So I try to keep reminding Jack Talcott this over and over again, but sometimes you need to shut up and wait for them to figure it out.
and everybody forgets humanity's had 300,000 years to get it right, which is a nice sizable chunk of time.
Let's take a quick second.
And
Just really quick, guys. I want to prioritize people who are supporting the show financially. I want to say thank you to Battle Axe for the jewels. And I just realized that I didn't have the YouTube stream going. I've got just the StreamYard stream. So I did not get a notification in the chat that these jewels, I just saw Emily's response. So if anybody has been donating anything and I didn't notice, please be sure to let me know because I didn't realize. I don't know why I didn't catch a notification. I was actually looking through the YouTube chat and I don't actually see a notification.
I was watching YouTube chat. No one donated yet.
She's the first. Yep.
Okay, thank you guys for that, and please be sure to bring it to my attention, Hank. I appreciate you paying attention like you always do, brother. And Emily, as always, you're amazing. Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt the conversation, guys. I just want to make sure that the people who are supporting DNW financially get an extra shout out because it really does help the brother out.
So,
as I was trying to point out before, so humanity's been around for 300 years, and we've probably been writing for something like 6,000 years, and for the last, let's say, 3,000 years, we've had written religions versus written philosophies. And in all those 3,000 years, the argument hasn't moved very much. We understand more about the physical nature of the world we inhabit, of the universe we inhabit, but the argument itself hasn't actually really moved on that dramatically.
I would say more like 4 or 5,000 years, but yeah. Because you see, the foundational myth of civilization, if we read the Enuma Elish and Atrahasis, basically says humanity was created from the blood of a slain monster and a rebel god whose entire purpose is to serve the gods who slayed those monsters And we should just live in veneration and dedicate our whole lives to making the God's existence easier. And if we examine civilization, it's pretty much exactly this. You know, we work for a ruling class who don't think much of us. And this has been the constant throughout all of civilization, pretty much, for its history.
What I do think is very interesting is, you know, all the arguments that I have formed or built around are the ones I talked about today, all argue against the God of classical theism. But so many different people have their own understanding of God concepts. I mean, there's too many to even mention. Just different types of theism, different types of deism. There's other concepts that don't necessarily infer a God, like panpsychism, fundamental consciousness. I mean, there are so many different thought experiments out there, so many different philosophical models and propositions being offered that it's impossible to keep up with all of them. And at the end of the day, even when you look into orthodoxy, if there's what 2 billion Christians on this planet, my assumption is there's 2 billion different types of Christianity, even within the orthodoxy itself. Because when you start asking somebody what, like a question that's not well defined within the literature, what is heaven like, for example? You know, I've talked to so many people about this. I was actually going to write a book about it at one point, but I decided I just don't have time for all this nonsense I'm getting myself into. But when I attend a men's meeting, I once a month or sometimes twice a month, I'll get together with a group of men, just men exclusively, to have dinner together. And I think it's healthy for people to do this kind of thing. You know, all women get together, all men get together. Not to say there's anything wrong with intermingling sex and gender. That's wonderful. We should do that. But there's also a benefit to just getting together with just, you know, people of your own gender, whatever. So I get together with a men's group, and it's hosted at a church. And I'm probably one of the only atheists that attend, but I really enjoy the time there. I enjoy the social interaction with the group of men. And I was talking in small groups. We break off into small groups and have conversations amongst ourselves. And then I was talking to different people. I had exposure to a couple hundred different Christians at a time. And I would ask them about heaven. What do you think heaven is like? And it was so fascinating because I talked to 10 different people in one night and asked them, what's heaven like? And I would get literally 10 different answers. Some people think they're going to be up there playing golf and fishing. Some people think they're going to be up there, you know, hanging out with their dead dogs. Some people think it's just worshiping Jesus all day. I mean, it's just crazy, every single person. And because of this, I think that ultimately it leads me to believe that people really do have their own, you know, minds, their own vision, because so much of this is an abstraction. In my opinion, it's all an abstraction, right? And because it's an abstraction and nothing more, I think it is whatever people believe it is, right? And every person's mind seems to work individually at some level. Even when we share common ideas, there's still going to be some nuance that makes us an individual, right?
It's kind of funny. You made me think of how in Nordic countries you have the use of churches for get-together spaces, more of a cultural, like, because that's, you know, obviously the church comes from that Greek word church or whatever, meaning circle. People want to get together with others and be helpful to one another. That's really the whole concept.
There's definitely some benefits that I think that religion has brought to the world, and which is why I'm not an anti-theist. Although the more debates I have regarding morality when it comes to arguing against, I usually debate Christians on this topic so far, and I've had formal debates. I just had a couple on slavery. The more I get into the moral argument, the more I am starting to move towards anti-theism, because I'm starting to wonder if a religion isn't a net negative, because not only does it promote people or encourage people to believe conspiracy theories, but it also then encourages people to be engaged in what I consider to be morally vacuous or morally degenerate behavior. However, that being said, I'm not quite there yet. So far, I still think that religion can be a net positive in many ways, because we know that statistically speaking, religious people and religious organizations are responsible for, like, I think when I looked in the studies, something like 85, almost 90% of all the international nonprofit efforts, right, that globally. And so when you start to consider this, there's the other benefit that I know of, and it's pretty common knowledge, that religion gives people a sense of community. That's one of the biggest downsides to when people deconstruct from religion. They miss this sense of community that the church gave them, that their religious group gave them. And there is something to be said for that. Now, I've never been a religious person. I'm a lifelong agnostic, a lifelong atheist. So I build my community around other things, and I've never had a problem making friends or being part of social groups, right? So I don't have to replace a religious community with a different community because I've already just naturally built my communities around other interests. And I think you can do that. But if a person grows up in a church, they're so used to having that community just basically ready-made, packaged, prepackaged, and given to them. They don't have to make the effort. They just have to get down to the church, and the church basically lays it all out for them and provides that for them. And we do need community. We're a social species. So to that end, with the donations, the nonprofit effort, and this sense of community that it gives for people, I do think those are benefits, as well as helping people get off things like drugs and alcohol. I mean, there's a number of benefits that I could think of.
That's exactly why I constantly state that we have to destroy all Abrahamic religions and replace them with spec. Basically, because you don't need to be not religious. You don't need to be religious. Everybody can get on board with something that's simple and effective.
What exactly do you think destroying the Abrahamic religion and then replacing them with spec is going to solve?
World hunger, poverty.
So what do you mean by religion? For spec first.
I mean specifically Abrahamic religion. If anybody looks far enough back and there's a bloke called Abraham, then we need to get rid of it.
Oh, okay. So if I was a Discordian, that would be fine. There's no problems with that. So
We'll keep them. And seeming as the Abrahamics, as a combined group, they make up more than half of the planet. That would be a good start.
Speaking of which,
and then we would have all of the Abrahamics on board, and then they could convince the Hindus and everybody else. But we first need to start with the Abrahamics. At the moment, they're the ones causing the most trouble, and they're the silliest. Come on, let's be honest, they're the silliest.
Speaking of which, Speckman, objective ethics, would it be okay to segue into something about an Abrahamic religion, meaning Josephus? Because I kind of had a question of your thoughts since you've had Richard Carrier on so many times. I don't know if that fits into the framework of what we're doing. Of course,
absolutely. The panel's really, when we open it up at this point, I figure you guys are basically just running the show. So I'm just here to, participate as needed.
Emily, 1 second. Objective. I still haven't done my whatchamacallit, but I am willing to wait because I think my thing will derail. So, and I'm here all evening with you, brother. You were there for me, and I needed to be there for you tonight because, I owe you a lot. And Emily, just not to real Speckman, I got to thank you for you, but I'm willing to sit. Yeah, Emily, carry on. Honestly,
I won't take very long. So, like, on the Historicity has a whole section about Josephus, and I got some stuff written down here. Let me pull up my notes. The sun decided to, of course, brought my dog out here and decided to get right in my eyes. But let me see here. So, the two passages in Josephus that mention Jesus, we've got Antiquities 18.33. Jesus was a wise man passage, and then we have the second one is Antiquities 20.91. James, the brother of Jesus, who was called Christ. And that's the one that, the first one rather, is the one that the debate is always about, that Jesus was a wise man. But the second, all the scholars virtually consider it authentic, although Carrier kind of veers away from that. And I wondered your thoughts on that. So the arguments, that the entire passage is fake, that mythicists and people like that, and I kind of wondered if you were in that camp, they believe, and if people don't know, mythicism means that you believe Jesus was ahistorical. He did not exist. So a small group argues that it's a forgery added later on because the paragraph flows better without that passage, they say, and Josephus rarely makes those kind of comments on minor figures, and the vocabulary would be partly non-Josephine. And the scholars, though, reject that because they think it implies a prior Jesus reference, and the neutral core matches his style. The Arabic and Syriac versions show a layered transmission, and the Origin knew a version without the Christian praise, meaning that something existed. So the total interpolation is possible, but it's not the strongest explanation. I kind of wondered if you had an opinion on that.
So I actually have not spoken to Richard Carrier much about mythicism because I actually have focused on his peer-reviewed literature on objective morality, because Richard Carrier actually not only believes, but has written peer-reviewed work on objective morality, which a lot of people don't know that he's written, I think, over 20, maybe 30 different peer-reviewed articles between history, theology, and philosophy, particularly philosophy of objective morality as recently as 2025. And so that's really what our conversations have been focused on. We had a wonderful discussion about how AI would work with understanding of morality. And I had him and Dr. Perez on, which was a great talk. So I wouldn't be able to expand a lot on, if you have his book on the historicity of Jesus, that's going to be your best source. The one thing I would say, though, just really quickly for people to understand, Richard Carrier's position is not to say definitively that historical Jesus did not exist. He uses Bayes' theorem, and I believe, if I remember right, he gives it a 1 in 3 probability. Yep. So a 33% probability for existence is actually not bad for a historical figure going back 2,000 years. The question becomes, what Jesus are we talking about when we actually get into the scriptures? And I'm fully on board with Carrier in that regard, that I think the story itself, while I don't get into the historicity argument because I just don't have any skin in that game, I do think it is most likely, given how much ahistorical content is in the Bible, the New Testament, particularly here in regards to this, and the Gospels specifically, there's just way too much stuff that doesn't line up historically with what we would expect to see of the time period, of the Romans, of the Jews. None of it really matches up. I was having a conversation, I think it was last night or on this channel, I can't remember where it was recently, about how the crucifixion narrative is completely ahistorical. And you can tap into Josephus as one of the sources to understand what his writings about Pilate.
It's rather funny because Josephus in his own memoirs states that he crucified a man called Jesus of Gamala, and he was one of the rebels in the First Judaic War. And there is a kind of writer historian that I love called Ralph Ellis, and he goes through all of the parallels that there are between Josephus, the famous Druidic historian, and Paul, the first pope of the church. And their life stories are very similar, even to the point where they both sank on a boat, got captured by the Romans, and then placed into prison, and then decided to turn coat and become a Roman sympathizer. So there's a lot of parallels. And Ralph Ellis says that Jesus Christ was the primary source of the rebellion against Rome in the First Judaic War.
I don't know that I would agree with. I mean, there's some points I would agree with on that. Now, I think that really, especially when you start talking about the shipwreck, you're talking about Paul. I would say that taps into Greco-Roman mythology, or not mythology, but it would be what's the term for it? There's a specific genre of literature, and for some reason the word is escaping me right now. But there's Greco-Roman literature.
Epics.
Thank you, epics. Thank you. Oh my God, Hank, thank you, brilliant. Yeah, so I would say that it definitely taps in. Thank you so much for that, Hank. It would definitely tap into these Greco-Roman epics. Odyssey, right? The Iliad and Odyssey. There's a great 8-part series written by Homer, or at least attributed to Homer. Most people are familiar with 2 of those 2 parts in that series, but there's actually 8 parts in the whole series of that story. And if you study Greek, Dr. Robin Faith Walsh has done some really good work in that. I think Tabor has also touched on some of that. There's a number of scholars.
Tabor's done a lot. Yep.
Yeah, I think there's a number of scholars.
Mind you, there's a lot of archetypal stuff written about Julius Caesar, for example, because the Romans and the Greeks, there doesn't need to be a mythical character for the Romans or the Greeks to write in a certain way about you.
It doesn't need to be a mythical character, and that's not what. So again, I'm not saying it's mythicism versus historicity, as far as whether or not this person actually walked on the face of the earth. But I think that when you take all the parts into consideration, I think that you have an amalgamation that's so filled with oral tradition and what we call tropes. I think that the Jesus character is just almost carbon copied from Dionysus, if you look at the Dionysus cult, and then you factor in Paul's being influenced by these Greek epics. I mean, there's just way too much that fits into the pieces that fit into that puzzle. I don't think that the Gospels are reflecting.
But then once again, look at Cleopatra. She was the daughter of Isis and the Blur, and they seem to do that with everybody that they thought that they were important.
That's what makes it a trope. And let's say hello. Let's say thank you to Daniela for her generous contribution. I don't even know what jewels are, to be honest with you, but I think they're wonderful. Everybody loves jewelry, and I'm sure that it has something to do with a financial contribution to DNW's channel. So Daniela, you've been a huge part of this community. I mentioned at the beginning of the show how I've been so grateful to DNW for providing this platform, because I've met so many great people, and you're actually like at the top of the list as far as the great people that I've met on this platform. So thank you so much for supporting that. You make it better just by being here. Okay, I'm sorry, Robert, I wasn't meaning to overtalk you there.
Yeah, and like I said, I think that was just part of it. The funny thing about that is to even have a glimmer of hope of finding an historical Jesus Christ, you have to look outside the New Testament. You have to start looking at the non-canonical stuff and all of that. And it doesn't matter because, like, once again, Jesus wasn't the first God. Cleopatra was a god. Caesar was a god. I'm sure that So it doesn't matter in the fact that he was a god. He wouldn't be the first. He probably won't be the last. But I think it's important to understand the real, because, like, if you say that you follow a guy and that everything that ever anybody ever said about him is so perfect that you just want to emulate them, you're going to want to understand that, at least according to Ralph Ellis, and it makes perfect sense to me, Jesus Christ was a guy that bitterly hated the Romans, bitterly hated his own government, and he wanted to bring about change. And what's wrong with that? It's kind of like a good thing. But then to equate that with the creator of the universe, like I said, it just all. So like I said, let's keep the Odysseys because they're really good books, and let's place all of the Abrahamic books into the same section in the library, and then get on with the business of surviving the next 1,000 years.
That sounds reasonable to me, to decouple Jesus from the creator, or just, you probably just read the Bible and get that. But a lot of the other stuff comes from churchianity, so that's really not a big issue for me.
That's a good word, churchianity. I'm
not picking on only Christians. I'm saying let's put the Krishna in there. Let's put the Buddha in there. Let's put all of the prophets that will ever be and ever come. Let's put them all in that same section of the library, as kind of interesting to talk about, maybe interesting to emulate. And yeah, like I said, get on with the business of surviving the next 1,000
Would you be
years.
okay with being in the same section?
Hold on, before we get completely in the weeds here, Emily, it sounded like wanted to sign off, and then we also have to greet our new member that joined this ragamuffin, and then also Carl. He hasn't gotten a chance to go, so we're starting to back up here. So Emily, I'm gonna.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. Before I sign off, just wanted to say that real quick, that there's something really interesting on that time thing you talked about, because if you look at the idea that past, present, and future all run at the same time, you have that's based on, that really is steeped in relativity. Like there's no universal present, and the way each one of those different ideas operate changes what God could or couldn't do, and how it relates to, like, the Hebrew God of the Bible. Like if you're a presentist, like only the present exists, then God would have to be relational and capable of changing course. But if you're an eternalist, like all things are simultaneous, all the moments, then God would be omniscient in this really static way. So that's a really funny thing to think about. I've absolutely never thought about it. So it made your stream really interesting. But yeah, I do have to go do some cooking for a couple folks. And I really enjoyed this. Everybody contributed some really great stuff. Nice seeing all of you here.
Night, Emily. And I would just want to say, on the other night, how you handled things, I'm not going to pathologize anything. I'm just saying, to see yourself. I don't know what you're going through, but you seem really distressed, and I wish I could come on and say something comforting for you on DW show later, but unfortunately I'm having connection issues here because wildfires are going mad here.
Yeah, no worries. And no need to, everything that needed to be said has been said, and privately as well. So I am good and moving along with what I'm working on. So everybody have a good rest of your day.
Thank you so much, Emily. Appreciate the feedback on the show. Appreciate you being here. Block theory of time is what that's called. I would definitely recommend people look into it. It's fascinating, and I think it does actually. I'm actually a proponent of block theory of time, believe it or not. So I would encourage people to look into it. That we had DNW joined. It's always great to have the man of the hour here, the guy who makes this all possible for everybody.
I think that's you today, brother. You're doing a great job. I've been listening. I haven't listened to the whole thing. I've been listening to a lot of it, though. I was out for a little bit there, and I do thank you for doing this. And it seems everybody is really happy as well with what you're doing. So you're doing a great job. That block theory of time, the block universe theory, is something I'm interested in as well. It's kind of fucks with your brain, though, doesn't it? When you try to imagine it, the past, the present, and the future all as at once. There is also the emergent block universe. You've heard of that one, OE, where they say the past exists and it will exist forever. The present exists, but the future is yet to be. It's building, but once it comes into being, it will always be. Have you heard of that one?
Yeah, no, I haven't looked into it. You know, when I mentioned block theory initially, I did reference. There's actually like 3 or 4 different models that are building on this. There's C theory of time, which I'm getting into next, which is really interesting. It kind of combines A and B theory, and then as you mentioned, you got D theory and stuff. So there's a lot of different ways people are looking at. That just tells you how little we know about how time operates, which is why the presuppositional argument about the beginning and stuff like that, everything that exists requires a beginning. That all is so unfounded at this point, right? We just can't make those arguments definitively.
DNW, a friend of mine said that it would help if we could look at time like a Mobius strip, which is that figure 8 that runs back into itself.
Yeah.
That might help.
So you mean the eternity symbol?
Yeah. If we look at time like that,
there's no beginning, no end.
Yeah, there is no beginning, no end, but depending on where you're standing on the Mobius strip, that's what you perceive.
Hey, Spec, can I ask you a quick question? And I don't have the answer to it, but I was looking at the symbolic versions of the Gnostic texts, as the Bible, and it says that Christ's teaching point to the fact that was the tool, that symbolism you just used there, the fold going into the knot that was enslaving, and he took a component away from it that made it look like a fish. Do you know anything about that?
I've heard something similar, about, because the earliest symbol for Christianity was the fish, but I've also heard that Jesus Christ was really big. I know he was a Jewish person, but he was really big into astrology as well. So, like I say, I don't know what to think about the man himself, but I think that he was asking all humans to look within, find themselves, and find a strength that would allow them to live together in a harmonious way. And I think that that's commendable. But I also know for a fact that he's not the only teacher that has conveyed that message. There were lots of men and women before him that wanted to convey that exact same message.
Yeah, can I just really quickly, I don't want to derail where you guys are at, but Ragamuffin has been so patient and hasn't gotten a chance to say anything, make an introduction or anything. And I think we should bring Ragamuffin into the conversation officially. Ragamuffin, I'm so sorry. I hope you didn't feel like you were being overlooked. I didn't want to.
Not at all. I've actually been preparing a meal for me and my mom. And so I appreciate that so much. Thank you so much for being awesome. No, totally not. I just wanted to add, and I dropped this in the chat earlier. You may have saw this, but my opinion is that there is a divine oversight to everything. Either way, whether the Abrahamic religions and some of these other content, bases have skewed that. Clearly, if we look back at like Albert Einstein, Nikola Tesla, some of these individuals that have came up with great, amazing concepts out of nowhere, clearly there was something different going on with them than the average person around them. And I would argue to say they tapped into something to get that. That doesn't always mean it's good, though. Sometimes some individuals have tapped into nefarious concepts, and I tend to side with like the Book of Enoch that says that some people were influenced by certain demonic entities to develop weaponry and things that were going to hurt humankind and not necessarily benefit them. So I truly believe there is a divine oversight that provides this information, but it's an intentional thing. So a person has to go draw close to that to get that. So I don't think it's just necessarily that wisdom, knowledge, intellect, and these various things are just instantly present within a person. I think sometimes there's so much different like anomalies to all of this. But I believe God is within everybody. And I believe the Abrahamic religions have twisted this. And I believe there's an intentional purpose to twist a lot of these things. And no disrespect, but a lot of people that I have came in contact with that claim to be atheists have a hard time with conspiratorial knowledge. They have a hard time, as they desire structure, they have a hard time with realizing that the structures that have been given to all of us have been tainted, corrupted, and that there is infiltration of nefarious dealings to cause people to do messed up, screwed up things. And so that's kind of the way I see it. So I'm already sort of in that mindset, and this is like a long time coming, based on personal experience. But I feel like, once we grasp the idea that maybe there are forces that are against humans and trying to control people and cause problematic things to happen in society, I think if we can wrap our minds around that, then it's easier to realize that there is a divine source of purity that we can all tap into. Amen. to further ourselves in our existence. So that's where I'm at with that.
I don't think that takes away from objectics, ethics, reasoning, that we can all come to a point where we can agree on a set of rules that will benefit all human beings, no matter their culture, background, or religion, and that should be the basis to build a better and stable society, rather than relying on the millions of individual gods that we hold in our own hearts.
Yeah, I think OE's position tonight was to talk about the presuppositions, and to show that they're not, ironclad. They don't work. None of them work. And if you are a believer, you shouldn't be insulted by that, in my view.
No, but he started off. Initial...
Can I just finish? Sorry,
yeah, please.
And why I say that is, maybe God is meant to be unknowable for a reason. If there is a God, by the way, I'm just speculating here. Okay, maybe God is meant to be unknowable, unprovable for a reason. Because if God was provable, there would be no need for a faith. There would be no need for the test. Because if this life is a test, and if you are put here to see how you will behave, well, if you truly know there are consequences for your actions, then it wouldn't really be a test. So that is always there as a possible reason for why God is so unprovable. Do you get what I'm saying? From a believer's perspective, I'm not saying I believe that.
But no, I appreciate that, but I would say again, a lot. So he started off by saying that logic and wisdom and these types of things can just happen happenstancely without tapping into a divine oversight. And I would disagree. That I think that tapping into that through meditation and stillness, you obtain that. And then as far as what you said about the faith and testing everything out, right? Well, a lot of the Abrahamic faiths push that on people. You just got to have faith. You just got to blindly do this thing. And I don't agree with that. I think that what Christ taught was to seek the inner kingdom through stillness. And through that practice, you obtain things you wouldn't actually have being distracted in the 3D by a lot of the other things that exist. So I would say that it's not.
You may be right, Ragamuffin, but you can't prove it in an argument. This is the problem.
No, I can't.
We're talking about the architecture of an argument, and
for sure.
That's the problem here. You can't prove it, essentially.
Well, all I can do is suggest people take and follow that practice and see what results they get. And I myself have kind of been working through that most of my life, so that's where I'm at with that. But you're right. No, you're right. You can't just matter-of-factly say a thing and expect everybody else to take hold of that. But you can suggest what ancient people have practiced, ancient practitioners, and what results came from what they seem to have done. And I just think that's all plausible as well to add to all
one
of this,
thing. So. Yeah, one thing I will ask OE. I hope you I hope you haven't discussed this, but It would be interesting to hear the kind of funniest presuppositions you've heard from others who are arguing for a belief in God, or maybe the most unusual ones. Or maybe you've gone over the most unusual, but
yeah, there's a couple things here really quickly. So I would say in response to the brothers' comments, and I appreciate Ragamuffin for your insights here. It's all opinions here are welcome. It's an open platform for everybody, and as long as you can be respectful, and everyone here has been absolutely amazing. You guys have made this show phenomenal. We've had up over 30 people at one time, I think I saw. So we're getting a great response, and you guys are making the show what it is. The when it comes to conspiracy theories, that's the first thing I heard you say. If you actually look into the research, and I have done this myself, Cambridge University did a great study on this, very meta study actually. But there's a number of different organizations that have done studies on conspiracy theories. And the overwhelming evidence is that people who believe in organized religion are significantly more likely to believe conspiracy theories than people who don't believe in organized religion by the studies. So you're when you say that, you know, atheists are most likely to be conspiracists, that doesn't seem to match up with the studies that I've looked at. Maybe you have some studies that you can refer me to. You're welcome to link something.
No, I was saying atheists typically don't believe them. That's what I was saying. Don't typically
I'm sorry, I misheard.
the conspiratorial mind.
Yeah,
That's
I'm not trying to just broad brush everybody who's a believer and say you're a conspiracy theorist, because that's not what I'm intending at all. I'm not trying to be disrespectful of people by generalizing things. The purpose, as DNW mentioned, that this show specifically was to address actual specific arguments and where the arguments fail. I don't know if you were here for the very beginning of the show, Ragamuffin, but I started the show by explaining that everybody engages in a presupposition. Atheists and theists alike. We all presuppose something, right? Because unless you are a hard solipsist, but even hard solipsism is a presupposition. It's just the only thing that's epistemically undefeatable, right? So everybody is really engaging in some kind of presupposition. So my argument is, when I address these presuppositions, is to say, look, if we all have a common starting ground, which is reality as we see it to be, that the external world seems to exist, that the laws of physics seem to govern the world that we live in, right? That's why our car drives down the road and our brakes actually make it stop. All this works with the laws of physics. The sun rises and sets, blah, blah, blah. We're all living in that world. So we should all have that same common starting ground. That is a presupposition. We presuppose that's actually happening. And I admit that fully. It's also circular. And I also explained that at the beginning of the show, how everything ontologically will ultimately ground out in something circular, right? That's necessary by the nature of the beast, unfortunately. So my argument is, if we all have this starting point, then Occam's razor tells us there's no need to add additional presuppositions unless you can explain or demonstrate the need, that need actually exists. And I have not heard a valid argument that leads to a sound conclusion, nor have I seen an empirical demonstration. We can't get a scientific demonstration outside of the natural world, so that's not going to be possible because science doesn't deal with that kind of thing. It's not what it's meant to do. So we have to rely on philosophy at that point, which means the best you can do is get a sound conclusion. I've heard a number of different formal arguments in defense of various different religious concepts, including things like, I think you're kind of talking about fundamental consciousness, this oversight, this agency of oversight and stuff. I've heard some really fascinating different models. Michael Levin's work is really interesting if you know who he is. Bernard Kastrup is another great thinker who's looked into something like this, but they haven't come up with a sound conclusion yet, right? So until they come up with something that's sound, it's not moving the needle for me personally. That's not to say that I don't have presuppositions. I fully admit that as an atheist, my worldview is built on presuppositions that the material world actually exists, that I'm an agent in the material world. I have some agency over my actions. I'm a compatibilist, so I do believe in that determinism widely affects our decision-making processes, but I do think that we have a faculty of reason. And so there is a certain element of what people tend to think of as free will, although I reject the concept of libertarian free will. So I have a lot of presuppositions, and I'm fully willing to admit that.
Well, I like everything that you said, and I think you're on a really good path to figuring things out, but I wish that you were a little more open-minded to the fact that there are nefarious things that go on this earth and organizations that exist to usurp people's individuality and sovereignty by pushing forward products and various methodology that harms people. And I think that until people can kind of really wrap their mind around that, they're going to sort of think that everything that exists here, like the news media and everything, is just for your own consumption. Basically, like we're kings and queens and everything just exists to appease us. And I don't believe that. I think that there's some really wicked things that go on in this world. And I think it's up to all of us to figure that out individually. And I think, we can take that to a far point. We don't need to take it to where we're obsessed with that and we're focused on that too often. But I think it's important to realize that does go on in this reality.
Yeah, let's objective ethics. He does think there's conspiracy going on, but he sources them to the churches and the mosques. And
my question for you, brother, and I did promise Gracie we would give him. He's been phenomenally patient and respectful, and I really
I'm enjoying myself, really enjoying myself. So don't give me any grace. I'm really enjoying all this.
No, you've been just outstanding today. Thank you so much. The one question I would ask you, brother, Ragamuffin, I love that name. That's so great. Is the solution going to be something that's metaphysical, or can we simply address each individual agent to fix some of these problems that you see? Because I agree. I think that everybody on this panel, irregardless of your worldview on religion or spirituality, would agree that we have demonstrable problems that are happening with wars, with diseases, with poverty, world hunger. I mean, we could go through a litany of issues that are at hand right now. And my argument would be that, hey, listen, we can deal with the individuals, deal with the agents on the basis of the world that, as I see it, the physical world that's in front of me, and that would solve the problems. Do you think the solution is going to require a metaphysical solution or even an awareness? Or if a person, just through their own ignorance, let's say I grant you, for the sake of argument, that there is this metaphysical existence, this reality that you're talking about, right? Even if I'm ignorant of it and I just don't know it's there, but it actually exists, if I go through my life living my best life, building my life around self-respect, which I believe requires mutual respect and respect for the environment that we all live in, if I use those as the building blocks for my life, am I going to effectively bring a solution or be part of the solution at on a metaphysical level just by proxy? Or how do you deal with that? Do I have to tap into that like knowingly, or can I just stumble into it by good behavior?
I would say the whole conceptual idea with connecting with the Most High divinity, that's all a metaphysical thing. That's like connecting by your own individual time and practice that you put into that. But as far as this other stuff, I think it is an individual basis. And I think it's understanding and looking into things that people say. I'm under the persuasion that most of these world governments are all in cahoots with each other. So though they may act like they have some stakes to gain in the public eye, behind the scenes, they're all connected with one another. They're in secret societies. They're in things like that shouldn't exist. That's my point. And then you have like people going to the doctor, and the doctor wants to address the symptom instead of the underlying cause of the problem. So there does seem to be an intentional misuse of content to persuade people and dissuade people. And I also am under the persuasion that a lot of what's put out in the media in the world is a negative content, right? Of a vibration of violence and fear intentionally to get people's minds to take hold of that, to then manifest additional things that do not need to exist on this earth. That's what I think. That's kind of where I'm at with all that. But yeah.
That's kind of funny because it ties in with kind of like the questions that I was asking myself, like how would science explain mass hysteria? And science is like, well, it's not random. It is a very complex set of specific circumstances that can form in different ways, in different situations, to produce what we finally call mass hysteria. I mean, isn't that science just using really clever language to say, I don't know? You know what
Crazy.
I mean?
I think Carl might have something to say to this, because it sounds to me, when I'm listening to you talk, Ragamuffin, it sounds to me like this kind of is in line with Carl's theory on what I think he called the Four Horsemen or something like that.
He would love all my work, honestly, from listening to him. But like I said, what I'm going to say will derail from a union everybody seems to be sharing in these forms of God and ideologies and mappings and structures and stuff. So I'm enjoying listening to you all, guys, honestly. And if you're ready for me to chat away about how Helix Gnosticism maps all this, and I don't mind talking about it. But if you guys want to continue, I'm really enjoying listening to you all.
It's your show, guys. It's your show, really, at this point. Like, I'm just here to kind of keep the wheels on the road, right? Keep us off the sidewalk. So,
yeah, I do want to hear Gracie, but I have a quick question before we go to that. Spec Man, I don't know if you heard my question last time I asked it to you, but were you okay if you put your stuff in the same section of the library as the Odyssey and the Bible?
No, and the reason I would say there is a lot of philosophy there. There's a lot of social construct, but there's a lot of math in there, and efficiency of time and energy. Because I don't think any of those books, like the Odyssey or the Bible, I don't think that they really talk about the efficiency of time and energy and how
Proverbs.
how stable economics can create harmony. They're always looking to some higher purpose or power.
Yeah, that's in Proverbs. Gracie, your turn.
Oh, sweet, nice one. How you doing? Right, guys. The reason I say I didn't want to derail it is because I look from a different angle. Gnosticism. It aligns much better with my my sort of what I call man. I hope objective ethics like this. I mean MANN, my mental abstract neural network, the way my mind and personas work together and understand how my perceptions work with each other. They're pretty much how he talks about his first principles, that kind of thing happening in real time. And when I say time there, obviously I'm talking about the illusion, not the real thing of flux. But that happens to us, and then I build things differently to other people. Kind of a rebellion to things, and hopefully OE will like this, but I thought it was very unreasonable for my RE teacher, meaning religious education teacher, to have me or force me to believe that Adam and Eve was a story about the very first man and woman who had 3 sons and then populated the earth. And when I made fun of that, I had to give an apology to those who were Christian. And when I told them, no, go fuck themselves, I was sent down art and put on a report. And then my mum and dad gave me a good beating because I was a troubled child. I wouldn't bow to anything that was dogmatic. And if you tried to use demagoguery against me to threaten me, I was, double down even worse. Problem child, it used to call me. But I couldn't do it. I thought it was really unfair to force a child to believe that is what those books were saying. And yet there was so many other great explanations. And, many other things like that, like, the 10 Commandments, all them kind of things. When my mind fell apart because it couldn't keep this singleized ego operating in this world and understanding what was going on, I had a mental break, and I spent years rebuilding logic, reason, language, structure, and how words worked and everything. And one thing I found really unique was whenever people have this discussion about this word God, no one actually discusses what they mean by the word. Anybody else found that? No one actually defines the word they're talking, because I found words were these things we use to point at things in the mental abstract worlds that we build to layer over reality. These things are built from objectives, ethics, first principles to comport to the reality he says it comport to. So this world that we build is full of these words, and these words have structures. Some words, connotations, there's a word for this and the words, and they don't really follow the laws of logic, like the law of identity. Like most things do, like a tree is a tree, but we're really talking about the structure, and the definition behind it, the shape. And then you have, like objective ethics said, you have different types of trees and things like that. And you have all these trees of knowledge, yeah? You heard that word before, haven't you? These trees of knowledge all come up, and you have these mappings of things, and we build these mental abstractual things, and we all learn them together so we can build these worlds and share them. What I found was everybody was talking about this word God, and whenever I'd say, what does the word mean? Everybody just looked at me stupid. And everybody still does this. Even atheists would say, there's no such thing as God. I'm going, there's no such thing as what? And they'll go, God. I say, what is that? And say, just whatever you say it is. And what do you mean? How do you know what I think it is? there's no monopoly on this word, unless, of course, you can provide like a denotation, something that obeys the laws of logic. And so I found a way to map it through Gnosticism and looked how esoteric knowledges seem to be mapping this thing. And how they did it is they said this: they said God is the title given to the single equilibric position that holds authority over all things. Now, that doesn't prove it's real. It's just telling you that's what God is, because it says it's a title. If something in reality now comports to that, like, logic and reason comports to reality. If something in reality can comport to that, there is something that holds that position, then that should logically take God, because it's a paradoxical definition that reinforces itself. It says whatever fits its position, nothing can be greater than, because it would need its permission to be. And then, so when we look at reality, and we believe it or not, admitted to this, is there something in reality then that does act like this? And Gnostics called it the monad. And what this really means is it's the single paradoxical position that holds authority over all things. That which cannot be questioned must be obeyed. Like OE says, if I go and jump off the roof right now, I can't just question, stop it. The laws of nature, they govern me. It's an authority over us. And these things repeat themselves all the way through this universe OE talks about, this experience. It's the things everything maps towards. So this authority, it cannot be proven. It must be accepted, and it's accepted on this single ground. And I hope OE appreciates this, because it actually proves his point as well. Is this sort of like Planck, we'll call this Planck authority, the Y that doesn't need a Y, what we call the monad. You can't prove it's there, but you kind of can, because when you remove it, nothing else works. But this thing, if it's in position, proves everything else works. So it's like this paradox that proves itself by its necessity, which is what OE said, yeah? We always have to get down to a singularity. But the Gnostic said, I will never have more than one singularity, so I need to create a singularity that then supports everything ontologically from that point. And so they did. They created systems like that. They're not knowledge systems. They're Gnostic systems, things they get from curiosity and learning from experience, direct experience, and working together through sharing gnosis. And the system they made up was the monad, was this zero that math represents. Math falls apart without zero. It's kind of like a similar sort of thing. Zero sort of point that is saying, it's like a fish to water saying, guys, you can't see it, but on faith you have to, like a fish, you have to accept it's there. You can't see it because you can't get outside of it. Like you said, the universe is self-governing. So you can't see it from the outside. So you can't really see it. You have to accept it's that thing that you can't see, but without it, it all falls apart. So we call it the monad, the absolute truth. And from that position, then, comes the pleroma, what you refer to often as the objective reality or nature. Now, why we call that supernatural is because what's natural to us is subjective nature, right? Subjective truth and things like that, that's natural to us as curiosities, not as beings. And then something that supersedes that, that's still natural to us, being supernatural, is objective reality and the things that go on beyond our perception. So that's what it's really meant there, not this weird, Hollywood phenomena, ghosts and things in our religion. But I do, saying you agree to any of this or it makes sense or, is curious, it doesn't not agree to the dogmatic theistic gods that they teach. They're still absolutely ridiculous, in my opinion, because, again, they can't denotate or tell you what they're actually talking about. When I say God, I'm talking about this position of absolute authority. They must be right, otherwise what are we talking about when we talk about the truth? Sorry, go on.
No, I didn't want. I thought you were done. You're just taking a breath. Okay, go ahead. If you've got more, go ahead. I mean, I've been taking notes here, so I've been very interesting stuff.
So from our position, when I say first principles, I like it because we do have to start from there. That's why they say we're born in sin, a subjective internal narrative, because we believe these first principles come first. But there was always something before those first principles that we comport from three backwards, the Trinity. And that Trinity is often referred to as the seraphim, the holy, holy, holy. They refer to like the law of identity, the law of, like I said, I believe there's an order to it. I don't believe the order. I believe in what OE says about them is true. They all support each other. But what I want to show about the triune is they all support each other, yes, but to program it into a human conscious mind, so it goes into this, what you refer to as the subconscious, I call it the auto-conscious, so it goes in there, so it automatically works for you. There is an order by which you have to put it in that's unique for human beings. And that order, if it's learned and practiced correctly, it will sink into your auto system better than the order that's currently there. They put, and I don't want to argue this, or we can do this another time. Obviously, this is about, commemorate your show tonight, which was amazing, by the way. The order for me follows a simple logos, 1, 2, 3. It is this, is the law of identity is correct. It's the first law. And like I said, not in a superiority of support itself, but just in a way to program it into a human conscious mind, a subconscious mind, so it runs automatically rather than having to use energy to try and figure it out. And then they can see contradictions when they're not looking. So the order to program in is to always look through the law of identity. A thing is a thing. Like I said, when I made my denotation of God, I made that denotation. So, I'm telling you what I'm pointing at. It doesn't point to anything else because it talks about the singular thing. It doesn't point to anything but one thing. So it follows the law of identity. And then the second one for me is the one that follows in its logos. And by the way, Noah's Ark shows this. I can show that as well. It's Gnostic logos. But the second one is then the law of excluded middle. Because out of the Trinity, the thing that excludes the middle means it's one side versus the other. It is or isn't type thing, yeah? It's the law of excluded middle, that's 2. And then the last one is seeing from every angle, position, form. So it turns into 3 then, which is the law of non-contradiction. Because the whole thing is about, finding contradictions. That's right. It's about finding contradictions that are one of the best ways for us to see if something aligns with reality or not, or, at least has the better plausibility, is more accurate. I'm sure there's layers. The greater, obviously, the claim, the more evidence you have to provide and things. I'm not dismissing that. That's not what our system is about. It's showing the underlying meta principles of how everything else is built upon that we often forget because we're so far along in our, in our intelligence. And we, as systems teachers, is they find out that we've already got this far. We can just start here. We don't have to teach them how we got here. And that's what Gnosticism is about, going back and showing that pathway. Now, I've talked for a while there. I can pause. I think I can anyway. But do you want me to pause at all to ask any questions on this so far, for me to align what I'm actually talking about? Because I can understand it's different.
Yeah, so there's a lot to unpack there. Does anybody have anything they want to say before I go? DNW
yes.
or Hank? Any
yes,
thoughts?
I do. So, according to Gracie Goodall's model, he says God's spirit is grounding for reality, but in such model, you object at this claim that the universe is a grounding of reality. Therefore, from Gracie Goodall's perspective, you would both be pantheist.
I don't know what a pantheist is, but pantheism is often accepting all truths as a whole and finding a way, like Noah's Ark type thing, fitting everything in, finding the non-contradiction in everything to see how they align together. It doesn't mean you have to agree with other people's terminologies or what they see, but you can see how they see reality have come about. So it's about aligning things like that, which is what I'm trying to achieve with Helios Gnosticism.
So
that's what it means to me, sorry.
Yeah, pantheist means universe equals God.
Oh, no, the universe doesn't equal God. But, what do you mean by universe?
So in this context, I mean, whether I'm using objective ethics stuff for the universe, which means all that is.
Yeah, okay. The universe that means all that is. To me, I always thought the universe was part of our world, and it was all that is mapped by logic, math, and thing. I didn't think it.
I would agree with you there, but I'm using objective ethics definition of universe in this context.
Oh right. Oh shit. Sorry. All right. Is he correct there or something? Because he's talking about you, not me.
I would define the universe to mean everything that is in existence, yes. And some people might be more familiar with people saying cosmos to define that, and that universe is this particular iteration of existence, but I would just define it all as universe for simplicity.
The word universe, though, is it a real thing, like a label of something, or is it a concept, a sort of concept of a real thing?
I would say it's a concept of a real thing. Yeah.
All right, yeah. So he's just talking about a mapping of universes and.
Oh wait, I want to be actually. I want to be really careful about that because that could get a little sticky. So we conceptualize this, right? Because as I said before, we can't step outside the universe to analyze it. So in a way, it is conceptual in that regard. However, I believe that concept actually represents something. I don't think that the universe is emergent from the concept, and that's a very important distinction to make, right?
Yeah. So yes, you used the word emerge there, Hank, which I like, because yes, a universe for me is something that emerges from the monad. It's what we call the pleroma. So I don't worship the pleroma. I see the monad as, but the monad isn't something we can ever really conceptualize except for the fact of its necessity. Why people say it lives outside time in some of these books. Now, I know the narrative of the Christian churches and all that say their own reasons, but why they say experience outside time is because time is something we mapped. So they look at it like the fish in water thing. Like a fish doesn't understand it's in water, according to them, in this analogy. But we're saying is time is like that. And for us to understand it means that part of us, at least, exists outside of it to see it, or understand it. A little bit like what we were saying about going outside the universe to see it. So that's what time is like. So time is something we can step outside of to see. So what is it inside us that steps out to see it? It says that's the thing that's made in the image of God. It's allowed to do that because God is the container of that said time, the self-container of time, and is outside of time because time is something we can map. So therefore time itself is inside God. But God is just a position. You see authority, the actual God that we give that position to is the monad. And that monad is that like what objective ethics said, that singularity that we can't prove is real, but without it, nothing else is real. That's why I say God is real and all else is permitted by it.
Yes. So I, by default, usually use terminology more similar to the Crazy Guru, and you define monad as pretty much all that is, and universe is just a container for a bunch of objects I want to address. So by default, my terminology is more similar to Gray's, but we assume objective ethics terminology. The background for all this stuff would be God, I believe.
Yeah, for me to try to really understand whether you guys are talking about pantheism or panpsychism, or
I'm
just
not talking about either.
Or just a fundamental consciousness. It's definitely a bottom-up structure. I got that much, right? So you're using a bottom-up formula here, and this monad, is this monad intrinsic to all that exists, or is it independent of all that exists?
It's the word exist that's throwing me there.
I have a definition of exist, to have a location.
Yeah, but he's asking the question.
A location. So
yes.
So what about like the Heisenberg's uncertainty principle?
So that's like a rule. So you have to define it somewhere. So like you have to have a place where the rule is defined or actionable.
So does that mean it doesn't exist until it's observed then, in your view?
Well, yeah, but yet if you use a physics definition of observe, so just have to bump into something really. So you don't have to see it, but just has to be there in the universe.
Interesting. Okay, Gracie, go ahead. Crazy, what were you saying about exist? What do you?
Sorry, brother. I was trying to remember the question, to be honest, because I was listening to you guys and I accidentally forgot the actual question you asked me.
I got a definition for exists from Hank. What is your definition of exists?
For the correct set in the correct setting.
Okay, his definition.
For example, imaginary things exist in fiction and imaginary. abstract things exist in abstract. Real things exist, or true things exist in reality. Or do you see what I mean? Existence is the relationship between what you're saying is existing and where you're saying exists.
Yeah. Okay. So his definition is equivalent to mine, to have a location. So because if it's somewhere, you could find it. So your definition is equivalent to mine.
Okay, so if it has a location, if that's how we're defining existence, then again, my question still stands: is this monad intrinsic to with all of existence, or is it independent of, and thus existence emerges from this monad separately?
It's context dependent. So if you can go outside the monad, then there'd be an object. But we assume it's the background. You can't really exit it, so it wouldn't be.
Right, I'm really confused what I'm being asked again. Can just one of you ask the question? And
that wasn't the question. I didn't ask the question.
Gracie, I'm asking you specifically. You've got this monad, and it seems to me, and I don't want to put words in your mouth here, so I'm trying to follow along what you're saying here. So correct me wherever I'm off base here, right? But the question is, if I understood you correctly, that there is this monad, and it sounded like you were saying it is.
What do you mean there is this monad? You sound like it's a thing.
So there is no such thing as a monad.
The monad is just that which. Man, let me explain. You know, earlier on you said there is got to be at the end a y that doesn't need a y. Yes.
A brute fact or an axiom. Yeah.
Yes, the monad is my brute fact.
Well, that's fine, but what role does that's not even what I'm getting at here.
I understand that's what you're getting at. I'm just going back to take steps towards what you're getting at.
Yeah, you can assert that the monad is a brute fact. That's what that's something we can tackle separately.
No, it's the position of that brute fact. Not it is a brute fact. It's the position of that brute fact. You're saying there is a position, that brute fact. Yeah, that's what we mean when we say the monad. That position.
I actually reject that. So I would say the monad does not have a location inside itself because
I know, but neither does that brute fact have a location. Okay. It's just a brute fact. That's what I mean. It's a brute fact. It's a necessity that must be, otherwise nothing else can be, but you can't prove it.
Oh, I have a special word for this. So
that position that must be there, objective ethics, all we're saying is that brute fact applied to everything that you say is the universe. The brute fact of the universe, that basically, if you put right at the center of this universe, if there is a center, but I'm just putting it in a two-dimensional sort of shape, right at the center of this universe, there has to be a brute fact that cannot be supported, even though the universe is the thing we can see to prove it. But that very brute fact that you refer to and you worship is called the truth, the absolute truth. The thing that cannot be proven, but we're all aiming towards. We say this is accurate, this is a thesis, but what's it all aiming towards? You say reality, but reality is a real thing. So what is that reality called in how we map it? And that is the truth, yeah? They say logic leads to truth, physics is truth. You all say this is the truth, or these are truths that lead to the truth, and you can build that mapping. But that's all about accuracy. And like a dartboard, there's a center and absoluteness. We can't prove it. It's just a missing piece. And without that missing piece, nothing else makes sense. You're doing it now. You're using what I refer to as God to try and, because you want to get to the truth, yes? Well, that's my God. The monad is the truth, is that brute fact. It's just the single position to represent all those brute facts as one, because the truth is just one way to look at it, yes? One perspective to look at it. What is another way to look at it. And then accuracy or something else, there's many ways to look at that very single brute fact from different perspectives, but if you line them all on top of each other just to create one archetypal entity, that's what we're referring to as the monad. It's just it's a standardist way to put everything together ontologically, not a formalist way of putting things in linear motion and connecting them all ontologically. It's just it's not even in combativeness to you. It's just a different way to look at the things you're looking at and maybe align it better with minds that can see it.
It sounds to me like you're using an axiom instead of a brute fact. So let me just really quickly just read this out to you, and I'll keep it brief. Brute facts are facts that cannot be explained in terms of deeper, more fundamental facts. They are ontologically brute in the sense that they simply obtain without further grounding. For example, a cat display. Well, I won't even get to that. Okay, so that's the simplest way that can be put. Axioms, in contrast, are foundational statements accepted as true without proof, serving as starting points for reasoning in metaphysics, right? These are where we tend to use axioms in place of brute facts. So the universe being a brute fact is not the same thing as a metaphysical concept of a monad, which sounds more like an axiom to me. They're both unproven, but I think there's a clear distinction there. So it sounds to me like you're introducing an axiom for this monad, which is perfectly fine. But I would not say that's the same thing as the universe claiming the universe is a brute fact, because ontologically we're saying that we cannot. I'm asserting that we cannot get past the universe. We can't get behind the universe, ontologically speaking, because we can't get outside of it. So that makes it brute as far as that goes. And we're asserting, presupposing, admittedly, that this is indeed a fact, that the universe even exists at all, right? Does that help kind of clear that up? Maybe not.
No. I wasn't saying much different, but yeah, it helped me a little bit to say to you that, okay, so yes, when we say the monad, we talk about maybe what you're saying is an axiom of the brute fact, but the brute fact needed that axiom to fit into it because the brute fact is the word God. God is the brute fact, and then the monad comes in to explain it as an axiom, but that axiom is still of this brute fact. So you can better see it. Otherwise, what you're doing is, I can't. If I'm saying it is the brute fact, you can't. Then we're saying we can't explain it. And we're saying that's why they say God is outside time. They're explaining the nature of what they mean by a brute fact to people who didn't understand it. They're doing what you're trying to do now through this method. That's what Gnosticism is explaining that brute fact to somebody who doesn't understand it. Because your mind gets it, you get it. But other people, they just can't perceive it. So Gnosticism is about building structures so they can see it greater from a simplified version. We believe in Occam's razor. Again, when we talk about God, we're just talking about that simple position. I give a tentative definition of what I was referring to, what God meant. And like I said, even in what you're talking about, what is, like, would you say there's something that if something is the truth, will you go against it?
Well, that does bring up another thing, actually. I don't want to derail because I'm still trying to figure out the metaphysical grounding or the a priori of how this all works, the intrinsic versus emergent and the monad. So I don't want to get too far away from that, but you did make a couple of comments that are just aren't true. You said that I have this, how did you word it? I'm going to try and, you said something about something that I believe is absolute truth, which I don't have a position on absolute truth. So I'm not sure why what you're saying that I believe is absolute truth, because I know those words didn't come out of my mouth, and you're mentioning true now. So maybe we should either put a pin in the truth conversation until we can get hammered down on the other question I had, or do you want to shift to truth?
Well, the truth is what I'm claiming the monad is.
That's fair enough. But is it an absolute truth?
The position of absolute truth is what the monad is.
Is your concept of the monad an absolute truth?
What do you mean, is it an absolute truth?
You've conceptualized an argument in favor of the existence of this monad, right?
Yeah,
is that argument?
You understand, right? Listen, the monad is not like a unicorn, a real thing. It's me pointing towards a position in everything that has authority over us. So an ultimate authority. So what I'm saying is, or everything you say, does it matter at all that if what everything you were saying isn't true, would that matter?
Hold it. Let me introduce a term that will make this clear. I'm going to introduce some vocabulary. So I'm going to find nothing, and this is going to mean object that doesn't exist, that represents science on the background. So for giving the example, so your screen will be nothing, but then you can present pixels and or cells on it and all kinds of things. So So screen would be nothing but in its own context, it would be the background. But in a different context, in the context of your whole room, you could see the screen. But there's a context where there's nothing, you can draw anything you want on it. So the monad would be the nothing which you can't go up a step anymore. That way, so you can't go any further. That's the limit of nothing. You can't get out of it.
Okay. And anyway, Owie, what I was saying to yourself is, like, for example, your first principle, you said, is it nothing cannot exist?
Nothing cannot exist, and I use Parmenides' example of this: ex nihilo nihil nihilo, right?
But do you know, right? And so, is there a presupposition in that suggests truth?
It suggests truth.
Yeah.
So,
are you trying to relay something that's true or not true?
Yes, I believe it is fundamentally true and self-evident.
Does true need to now come before that?
Truth is a necessary property of that which actually comports to reality.
That's the monad. That's the monad.
Okay, so that's just simply a property of something.
You're not correcting me. I'm saying that's what we're calling the monad. I'm asking you now to say, oh, that's what you mean by the monad.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to conceptualize what you're saying to make sure we're on the same page here, brother.
All right.
So logic and mathematics. Well, I don't know if I want to do it because, like I said, let's just set aside metaphysical naturalism for a second. Okay, let's just, for the sake of argument here, say that logic and mathematics are simply a language. This is the physicalist view from atheism, not necessarily the view that I hold personally, but let's just use it as an example because I think it'll help us to kind of put this into something that's conceptualized. Because remember, we have a live audience we're having this conversation in front of, and we want to make sure everybody can follow along so that this show is a benefit to everybody, not just you and I. Mental masturbation, right? So as far as this concept of the atheist, the physicalist worldview states that logic and mathematics, this is just a language that we invented to help us to understand the quote unquote real world, right? So they would be properties that exist within the world itself. There's no a priori, there's no metaphysical grounding here in this. It's just simply something that maps onto the real world. So when I say something's a property within something, that just could be seen as that way, that it's a property that exists within the structure itself. It's part of what makes a thing, right? Like a tree, an apple, whatever, a universe. So are you saying that this monad exists as a property within this structure? And if so,
no, it's not. No. That's not what I said. Listen, Gnosticism is another system like logic and everything that does the same thing as they do. It maps reality from a different perspective of how to look at reality. Not from a singleized formal vision or those things broken down, but from those things merged together and done in a slightly different way. That's what Gnosticism, Heliocentric Gnosticism is. Within that system, we map everything back to Planck in when we say a y that doesn't need a y, because we do not believe you should have multiple y's that do not need y's, because now you're serving multiple gods, because a god to us is the y that does not need a y. And it's as simple as that. I haven't finished.
Well, I have a question.
I know. Right, go on. I don't mind. If you've got a question, buddy, go on.
Yeah. So you said Planck a couple of times. I just want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly. Are you referring to Max Planck, the physicist that came up with quantum theory?
I'm just referring to Planck as in the smallest possible size of...
So like Planck temperature, Planck... Okay. Planck time. Gotcha. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, and I believe in different forms of Planck, because obviously we have I don't know much about this, you probably know that, like you macro, micro, but obviously we have perceptional Planck, like for example, we have millimeter and tools because of tools and everything we use. So there are different forms, ways to use that word, but it just generally as a metaconstructive mapping, it is just that the smallest, I would say accepted, but it's not really accepted. It's accepted depending on how you're looking at it. If it's cosmological or anything like that, depending on which framework you're looking at, it is often referred to as that. So that's how we refer to. It's fair to say, like at different types of trees, you can say, "What do you mean by Planck?" Like you have asked, and yeah, but I'm just meaning at its smallest possible position. So I'm not saying Planck exists the monad exists inside the universe, or is the universe at all. I'm saying the monad is the thing that allows the universe to be the universe. It is what we refer to as maybe I'm going to put it this, just not to upset OE, but show from a different angle. Maybe what they say, the grand design or something. But when we say OE, we don't mean like they mean it. We mean like, the thing that the logos of reality by which you're able to map, to even create math and physics and everything. That's what we're referring to. And that grand design that you're mapping to comport a reality that must be there for you to be able to see it, to map it, is that relationship they often say that you have with God. But like, again, I've got to make sure people listening at home understand this. When I'm talking about these things, I'm talking from a heliocentric point of view. And most of these things, we're trying to align, agree with objective ethics that you should critically think. They should align with, logic. Now, have a slightly different mapping, and I'm still looking to improve on it, but I'm not disagreeing with objective ethics. I'm trying to show him another form, like logic and knowledge, still uses these things to map reality. And the monad is what we're referring to when we explain to people what you were saying to there's got to be an ultimate grounding. The monad is saying there's an ultimate grounding, and the universe you're all in has an ultimate grounding that is not inside it, a part of it, or anything. It's a paradox that you have to accept by seeing it as the missing piece. And nothing else can work, and that is what we're referring to as the monad. It's slightly what Planck was saying as well, that sort of concept, the thing that you managed to comport everything to, that one single nothingness that you must accept, that point. But go on, Hank, sorry about it.
Yeah, I can translate. So objective ethics would say that the universe itself will be a monad because he doesn't accept, his model doesn't include multiple universes like ours. So he was...
I would say that maybe objective ethics might say that the universe itself is a structural force or a thing, maybe, or a phenomena, but the monad isn't. It's something that doesn't move, doesn't anything. It's a still point by which all things go around in a sort of poetic way. But let's just get back to more formalizing this and saying that it's just the permittance, the permission for it. The thing that says, yeah, that's okay, because it's the thing that understands how everything goes. I'm not saying this. The thing is, from our perspective, the way we perceive things and the way we speak as egos in a narrative, it always feels like I'm talking about like a big sky daddy that puts people in hell and heaven, and I'm talking about that. I'm just talking about the same thing that we're all appealing to. Every single person in here trying to relay a message or make a truth claim is all appealing to the thing I call the monad.
I don't make truth claims. I make fact claims.
But that's okay. Well, to me, that was the same thing, but okay.
So do you mind if I ask how consciousness plays a part in all this? Is there a fundamental consciousness in your worldview?
It really depends what we mean by consciousness, but I won't tell you to say. I'll say that when I talk about consciousness, I'm talking about the sort of like the shared field of awareness that allows different perceptions to bring together a singleized sort of structure of your experience. So consciousness is the shared field where your eyes that have an experience build that experience within. Is it an abstractual state? I think I'm not getting right. Often they recorded spirituality that lies between the abstract and what is real. That obviously we're saying everything comports to that is truth. Just those what physics and everything is mapping in the way we would see esoteric teachings was what they were calling spiritual. It's the thing you can't see, but physics and maths and everything will show you. And then they would show them, and then when they get spectacle out there, they go, see? And then we go, wow, how do you do that? And they say, it's spiritual. You've got to look at the underlying things. You have to see the metallurgical cogs that make it work. And then obviously when when they make knowledge, then you have competition, and then you get formal knowledge, and you expand on it, and there's an evolution to it. I think it's amazing. I don't deny formal knowledge, but I still say there was a root knowledge called standardism. And if you do manage to take a look at some of my work, to have a look at some of the source of this, it will try to explain in a way that also gives ways to say, this is how we'd like to see if you could prove this incorrect. This is what we think would show that this theory is incorrect. But they are all still like metalogical theories. This isn't formalism, guys. This is not what OE studies and talks about. He can even explain that to you. I like meta. And Gnosticism was about that. It was about having a religion from that side, non-dogmatic or anything, but they grounded everything in the monad. So, I'll just put it like this, so it's not all about us, so we can move on first if you want to, because we can talk about this on our night or whatever. Yeah, it is this. Is it better for you, and I use that word loosely, better, that a religion or a communion where people can come together without having... Say not someone like you, because I don't mean that. I mean just someone who thinks they know more, pathologize and tell people from a position they don't understand, or a religion that says, look, we're not going to base it in dogma and everything like that. But like you've explained, we have to pick. There has to be D&W sort of touches on this, and he says there has to be surely a dogmatic thing. And we go kind of like that, but if you can find a ground source, like you said, that sort of supports itself, and like we said, the truth does do that, especially when you apply mechanics like logic. It shows the mechanisms of this reality support itself. That's where you got it from. I'm not saying the universe is hard, because I wish I had props and everything to show you, and I don't have that professor because it's not my night, but I could really show you what I mean. I hope to do that soon. But what I'm just saying is it better that they comport to something that's aligned with what we call the truth, and they'll use things like objective reality. When we talk about the aeons, we talk about principles like opposites and things like that, and how to build a better mapping of what you're looking at, so you can see a better truth, rather than this book says if you do this you go into hell, and when your child is 8 they're being naughty. It's not an actual hormone going through their body called adrenaline. Being this way makes you gay and you've got to burn or something. I'm trying to be things. I don't know all that. I can't stand it all, but that kind of thing. In a better that they don't look at that, and they start looking at it maybe from a simplified version, but a way of going, well, my God is the truth, the monad, a position I can't say is real, but its law to me is do not bow to dogma and demagoguery, is to challenge it, just like you're asking people to do, and look for objective ethics, not the subjective morals that they place upon you to kill each other and war all the time and see each other as less than because you're different. How about we just all treat each other with a little bit of love, and that can be done with what I believe to be objective ethics. But there needs to be a starting point. And shouting down at people saying, no, the truth is, and all this quantum mechanics, and I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but that's what people yearn. They see those all, and they just shut off objective ethics. You must have seen this yourself. I'm looking for a play school version to bring objective ethics to reality, and you can do that through Helios Gnosticism. If you ever want to check out what we actually build in to see if I'm talking shit, are we trying to build some cult to manipulate children and everything, you'll find it's the absolute opposite to it. We don't believe in good and evil and those kind of moral things. We don't believe in hurting a child's, innocent curiosity. We believe in breathing it, because that's another thing to add to this to finish. I believe curiosity, as we understand it, is the source of consciousness within a human, and consciousness itself is just the container of awarenesses and perceptions we build from that source that consumes on the experience you say you're having. We call that gnosis, and then sometimes that can be corrupted with knowledge, because the intellect can get a bit too big for it. Like Alan would say, great servant, bad master.
Just want to give a quick shout out to Emily. Thank you so much for your support. Daniela, Battle Axe. If anybody else, looks like we got a new member. That gives you Alyssa, sister. Nice to have you as part of the family. That gives you, and by proxy, I guess it gives you and Gracie both access to the Discord server. So you got a 2-for-1 deal right there. So it's even more of a value for your guys' family there, right? So that gives you access to the Discord server. I don't know how DNW is getting people that I guess. DNW, I don't know if you're still around. If you could put your Discord link.
Yeah. There is no. What it is? Are you talking about the Discord? Oh no, there's instructions once they join. Yeah, it tells them how to do it.
Oh, perfect. You've got it all. See, DNW knows what he's doing. Run like a true professional. This is how things should be done, folks. If you're looking to set up a channel, this man, go no further. Just look how he's running this show. Great job.
There is a spec corner. Now we'll have to do a Crazy Guru corner as well.
Oh, it was spec. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't. You said spec could have a corner. I'm sorry.
No. I said there is a spec corner in the Discord. So now we'll have to have a Crazy Guru corner.
Yeah.
So,
I tell you what I'd like to offer there to start with D&W to give him back a little bit, even though my wife's obviously starting to pay now for all the help. And that would be that, when you do these, like, I got to say to Objective, what a night. It's been fantastic, brother. And this man doesn't need props because it's all in his heart. That's why Jesus said, the truth is on your heart, and that's why I believe he'd be a great hero's Gnostic, I'm setting him at there. But D&W, individuals that do have a great theory to talk about, but they haven't got it, Charles would love to offer that. How he loves to steal other people's positions and listen to him, and he's done great jobs with Danny. And
are you
others.
saying you want to do an audience again, Guru?
Oh no, I'll do that in the future. What I mean is, others want to do an audience, but they want the material. They want to, they need a little bit of a script. They want to be able to expand on their points.
So you're providing your services, are you? Okay.
Yeah, completely free for members who have legitimately spoken to you and they want a little bit. You said crazy.
Well, if they need, okay, no problem. If people need somebody to help them put together slides or whatever, Mr. Guru is here to help you.
Yeah, I can.
Spoken like a true guru, and I think we can land this plane at least to get to a point to where we can take off again in the future conversations here, Gracie. If I could just a couple of points I'd like to ask you about. So regarding this consciousness, you mentioned that it's a shared field of experience. Now, the majority view in neuroscience is that consciousness experience itself requires consciousness. So consciousness is a necessary precondition to have an experience, right? And we need to understand that the difference between property versus action, right? So there can be an experience that we call unconsciousness, right? So if I have to choke somebody out at the bar or something like that, which I don't like to do that kind of thing, but sometimes shit happens. So I choke somebody out, they're out, right? They don't experience that anymore because they are unconscious, but they are in a state that we can all observe as they are sitting on the floor doing the flop and flounder, right? That's the experience of being unconscious. So there's a property of consciousness or unconsciousness, and there's an action. The action of experiencing something fundamentally, according to neuroscience, we think fundamentally requires consciousness. So when I'm asking you about this fundamental consciousness or this universal consciousness, I'm asking about something that is a action and a property, right? So there's this property that we consider to be consciousness or a conscious state, which requires a state of awareness. And then there's the action of actually being able to process information that we call having an experience. So does that, if those terms are something that you can kind of wrap your head around or wrestle with for the purpose of the question I'm asking is, based on those definitions, is there a fundamental universal consciousness that exists within this monad that you're talking about, the reality?
Not in the same way. So in other words, like when you look at consciousness and you say there's this active consciousness, I often call the sinking consciousness. And then people would say there's a subconscious. I say that's the auto consciousness. And like I said, this consciousness is a field that you said has to be there for everything to exist within. I'm agreeing with that. I think there's a lot more to that actually, but like that field, remember, the I is having an experience, yes?
That's correct.
Right. And so if the I have an experience is curiosity, and the experience is having, is something that's consumed by that curiosity and then turned into awareness, that awareness is our internal, pure awareness is our internal consciousness, but only as a correspondence to the external consciousness. So the consciousness outside our field of view in consciousness is a corresponding consciousness we call the universe. But we, the soul consciousness, are the subject consuming that. So I do believe there's a universal consciousness underneath that, known as the monad, that we often call the truth, the thing we can't see or prove. That field, that just pure stillness. But all other forms of consciousness have force behind them.
Okay, interesting. So you made another comment that you would like people to, or challenge people to please falsify your theory here. And I'm just curious because all valid scientific theories must be falsifiable. That's one of the key criteria for something to be a viable scientific theory, right? So falsifiability is a key component. So how would we falsify this hypothesis of yours?
No, I first of all, I'd like to say I completely agree with what you're saying. But when we give falsification, we didn't give a simplistic, nuanced, or just do this. I've written articles on this and I can give you links to it. And when we have our discussion, we'll have more time to go into that. And I do need that because there's many ways. Everything we build is in segments that is ontological. So when you see the whole system, you'll realize what we've actually done. But we're taking fragments out of the system to try and prove itself. Now, first of all, like we because we do work in meta and standardism, we go back to the root causes, and that is what we are using is words. And we need to understand that the words we're using are pointing at the very things we're talking about. And when we do our argument, we always go back to that and say, if I take you back to the word God and tell you, here's my definition of God, is this a valid definition of God? That's where we'd like to start. Which I'm asking you to do now. That's what I'm saying. Tonight wasn't about that. Tonight was just setting us up for this so we can see a little bit more into each other's, and it's been amazing, to be honest. But this is what I'll ask you when we have our talk. I need to know what you mean by the word God and why, if anything, you've accepted these other versions of God. And if we can both agree these other versions of God can't be, because God has to be, if we obey the laws of logic, what God would have to do, because that's where we get it from. Because if God is the ultimate authority and logic runs in line with that authority, like you said, it comports to this, what you call the universe, or the experience. Let me not put words in your mouth, and that's just, I'm surmising you to make the story go forward, yeah, but that, what I refer to God, the truth, that if I made it simpler, to me... So
you didn't think of...
You worship the same God as me in one aspect, but because... theism have tainted this word beyond belief, and I'm with you with that. We could talk a lot about that when we talk about it, because I can show you the horrors I've mapped that go beyond that. But like, because they've done that, they've made this word so taboo. I really do understand your position, and I wish we could go around and just do it your way. But there's so many of the masses that are more likely to believe this demagogic, dogmatic crap, and are proven to it day by day by day, by the way, that the battle's going to be lost if we do it your way, I'm afraid. And I want to show you that your way is correct, but I think a better way is to start a more simpler version that they're going to be able to digest and then build up to it. And I'm going to show you my plan for that through Healers Gnosticism, and it won't be a religion you're going to turn your nose up, not to join, but it's not going to be like the others. You'll see that we do try to base it in that same grounding you base it in. And I'm not teaching people to go against the things you're teaching. I'm saying them to go and ascend themselves into what you're talking about. Objective ethics is that ascension that you should be going into. To become Gnostic yourself and do what you're doing.
Okay, but this is not science. You have to have a falsification criteria for it to be science.
Yeah, and that is there. What I'm saying is, I haven't given you that. I'm saying that all our actual full articles, not a little talk on the panel, have all... We've given ourselves falsifications on it, and they're more, like I said, they're more methodological. Our mappings are just mappings to show alignment with what's already there from a different position. So it's like a new form, not a new form of logic, but a new system. Vocabulary. It's a new system that's coming along to map reality from a different perspective and say, hey guys, if I can map this to align with you guys and have a completely different ideology and a way of looking at this, and we can work together, I think this could be a bridge to bring people towards this through this without making them go, I lost the battle. They can come through a union handshake and go, oh, I like this path actually. And what's coming up soon can allow that to happen, because soon you have this merger with AI species. And when that happens, and I'm not going to take it into that, but when that happens, human beings are going to have to need to find their niche and their place. And Gnosis is that, because AI has not been able to replicate, pure human curiosity and Gnosis of this design that we see in all this mapping. But who knows if that's around the corner. But so long as, what I was saying before, these main dogmas and demagogic sort of rules hold over the masses, if they stir what's building in society with, I don't really mean but let's just be short, low IQ cultural tribalism that's coming everywhere with low ethics, I would call it. I'm not going to spoil it and say nasty things, but low ethics, in my opinion. These individuals, they're going to be easier to persuade to start wars against a new emerging intelligence that's come in, that's going to think more like OE, that's going to see no need for these tribalistic, I'm being nasty by here and a bit theoretical, but baboons, of human beings, just hurting each other. And it could be something around the corner that aligns with these conspiracy theories of getting rid of masses and stuff like that. I don't know. I'm just saying that if humans find a niche in Gnosis at the moment to find their place, maybe we can find better mechanisms and work with things like AI and what's around the corner to get our entire masses to a place where OE is, looking for greater ways and objective ethics we can live together. I'm just looking for a bridge to do that, because right now I'm seeing a massive divide, and the more people like you, OE, and more people on the other side are not aligning things because it's just this tribalistic disagreement. I'm just trying to be that bridge in between, and I know I've got a lot to show you.
Thank you, Guru. I just want to bring Hank in, guys, because Hank doesn't come on here that often. It's good to have him here. Hank, you're a believer, aren't you?
Yes. I'm going to comment on what Crazy Guru just said. So his project is useful and needs to be done, but it's not. It's it's humanities, not science, because science must have a distinct falsification criteria. It needs to be done for harmony's sake, but it's not science.
Hank, in terms of belief, what argument do you have for God?
Oh, so usually when I debate, I usually lead with I define gods as objects of worship. So it's pretty much an idolatry argument for God, or a fictional theist argument for God, depending how you interpret it. So if you can worship it, it's a god, and that's usually that's all I usually think about. And that way I can use the anthropological model.
Are you saying it exists because you worship it, because you think it into being? It manifests through you?
Yes.
Wow. I mean, that seems, sorry to be dismissive in first instance. I'm struggling to see that as being worthy of being called a god, Hank. I mean, to think of yourself as the divine vessel for the conception of a god, I mean, that's a little bit narcissistic, isn't it?
Sure, but your test with divinity otherwise, other than worship? What's your test with divinity?
Well, I don't really I was asking you, brother. I was asking you.
So you don't have a test.
I'd be interested to hear what OE thinks of that, because that's why I asked you, actually, because I want to see what OE would say to your particular brand of belief and why you believe.
I mean, I'd have to hear a lot more about it. That's a pretty vague concept so far. So I need to actually understand how this works metaphysically and how this works ontologically, and I need to actually get into what you're actually talking about. You're just talking. I mean, the simple statement was, if you think about it, you worship it, and therefore that's God. Is that what I caught? Because that doesn't seem very...
That's how DMW summarized it. But I define gods of things people worship. So and you can figure out what things are being worshipped with anthropology. So
everything that you think we anthropomorphize, you think we automatically worship by doing so?
No. You use anthropology, the science, to figure out what is worshipped, and use all kinds of statistical criteria to figure out what's being worshipped. But those things that are being worshipped are gods.
And what is your definition of worship?
Reverence or dedication to or admiration.
Yeah, I would just hand wave away those definitions. I wouldn't even engage. To me, that'd be a waste of time. I mean, you're welcome to to define it however you want, but to me, that's just you're offering a difference without a distinction.
Oh, okay. Well, so I would use it for figure out like billionaires worship money, and it may just not be useful to you, but useful to me for just to think about how people move or decide to do things. But if you dismiss it as an area of study or doing, then that's fine with me.
I mean, I'm trying to steel man you, understand you, Hank. Are you saying it's a belief because you believe it, therefore it is. But it's God because that belief lifts you up somehow. Is that it? It lifts you up. It gives you meaning. It gives you purpose. Is there more to it than merely believing it exists? I mean, does it have to do something? I mean, you believe a teacup exists, but that's not God. So why does your belief in a God become worthy of being labeled God?
If it's being worshipped, then it's God, just by definition. It's hard to find it, and some people may say it's idolatry.
But hold on a second. I mean, is it worth being labeled God? I mean,
then what's your test for divinity?
I don't have one, Hank. I mean, that's why I'm asking you, because I am interested. I'm interested.
Then, if you don't have a test for divinity, then your best bet's going with my test.
That's fallacious.
Okay, well,
that's totally fallacious. That's why would not having an answer does not mean that it's best to go with whatever random shit somebody throws at you. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you, brother, when I say random shit. I'm just saying that's insane to think. So if you don't know anything about how a structure works, right, and somebody gives you a explosive device and says, just go ahead and pull that pin, trust me, bro, and you don't know anything about it, and you're saying that your best option is to go ahead and just pull the pin because you don't know any better. That's insane.
Not at all. We're trying to use words here. We're trying to find terms here. It's very different than a functional mechanism.
It seems very subjective. It seems very subjective. Dare I say it, solipsistic. Like, what's to say? Like, other people have the same thoughts as you, but why are you right and they are wrong?
So it's language.
I mean, other people believe in something. Why is your version better than theirs?
It doesn't have to be better. It's just an option. You could use different language, but if you don't have a term.
What about if they're at cross purposes? What about if they are somehow telling one person to do X and another person to do Y, and those two things are wholly oppositional? I mean, what's going on, Hank?
Before we even get to that, DNW, Hank, you literally just told DNW if he doesn't have a concept of God, he's better off using your concept. You literally just told him that, and now you're saying it's not necessarily better. So which am I?
That's a good point. Actually,
so if he doesn't have a definition for God, doesn't have a test for divinity, if you want to know what God is, you can go with mine. Otherwise, he can just not define the word.
He could just reject your definition because it might be potentially incoherent.
Does he have a coherent definition?
He doesn't necessarily need to have one, but he can recognize the incoherence of your definition potentially. And again, I'm not trying to be mean here. I'm just saying that potentially, like I recognize a problem with it because I see that you're offering definitions to words like worship that without offering a distinction between what we would just consider something that we use in everyday life as a function. Just because we function with something provides a function for us or a utility to us, just because something is utilitarian to us or utilitous doesn't mean it's actually something that we worship. We just engage with something or interact with it. I think that's taking a stretch to, I think you're using words. And again, you can define words however you want. Words don't have objective meanings. We invented all the meanings to these words, right? So I grant you your right personally, and I respect your autonomy as an individual. I just would not engage with it because these are just parameters that I'm not willing to work within in order to buy into your concept or your definition. And I can just hand wave that away respectfully. Of course, do it respectfully, but I don't have to engage with it. I can see it to me based on what I understand the colloquial use of these words is. When I look up the dictionary as to worship, this is not how these words are intended colloquial to mean when you say something that we identify with, something that we recognize. Now some people could worship money, but everybody who uses money isn't worshiping money by definition, by colloquial understanding of what we use the word worship for. And again, you can call worship whatever you want, but that doesn't mean that the interlocutor should or isn't even justified in accepting your definition and that doesn't mean they have to have an alternative definition either.
Yeah, well, there's a difference between using money and reorganizing your life around money. So I agree that there's a difference.
I would say that
I think about it, therefore it is. That seems to be what you're saying, Hank.
Not at all.
I still don't get where you get such confidence. I mean, look, I know it's a feeling, all right, But look, I'm willing to concede that it's a feeling. It doesn't. You can't reason it. Okay, but you feel that you can reason it.
So you agree that you have a brain, correct?
I have a what? Sorry, a brain.
Yes.
Well, some might say not, but I feel I do. Thank you.
Yes, and your thoughts have to be in your brain, correct?
Well, I yes, I like to think that. Others, I have heard arguments otherwise, but yes, I do. I personally think so.
And you agree that your brain is a physical object, right?
Yes.
Then by transitive properties, your thoughts are physical and located in your brain.
I mean, my
thoughts. There are emergent properties we call phenomenon.
They may be immaterial. They may be. I don't know. I don't know what they are. Hank. They're effects on my physical nature for sure.
They're encoded in your organ called your brain.
Sorry, they're encoded in it.
Yes, so your thoughts are physical.
They're caused by my physical nature. I don't know whether they are actually physical. They're caused by, but I don't know if they are actually. I mean, there's no clump of thoughts there, is there? There's nothing I can grab on to say, oh, look, I've got a handful of thoughts.
Your neural pattern. It's your brain changes when you think.
But again, I don't. Okay. Cougar says thoughts are chemical, but okay. Well, yeah, he's saying they're physical, chemical. We can grant him as having the same meaning. And what are you saying then, Hank?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And yes, a Wi-Fi signal is physical too. Someone said it's light.
So it's like energy. Because it's energy, it is physical. It's wave energy.
Yes.
We are all just okay. So again, how is this supporting your argument? Do tell us.
But what part has you confused that energy's physical?
You're saying physical things exist. We are physical beings. Okay, you're saying that, but I'm asking, how does that support your argument that because you worship God, God exists?
Yeah, it has to be exist in your brains of thought. Otherwise, you couldn't think about it.
Oh, so you're saying the thought is? I see what you're saying. I get it. I get what you're saying now. So you go so far as to say that the thought is the foundation for God. So are we basically bricks that build the kind of structure of God? Or are we?
Yes.
Is that the way you look at it? It's the bottom up. We're the foundations.
Yep.
And okay. Is it kind of a fractal thing in your view?
Yeah.
But the signal in it goes both ways or one way?
It's hard to say. It really depends on what you're talking about specifically. But
so the power goes from us to it, or does the power come from it to us? And by the way, sorry, go ahead. Sorry, answer that.
Pretty much it really depends on what you're talking about specifically. Like there's like cultural movements that you can push it. You can think of it either way.
Hank, it does beg the question. I mean, where was this God before we existed? Then did it not exist?
No.
So it didn't create the universe.
Yeah, those ones didn't create the universe.
So say that again.
Yeah, those ones wouldn't have created the universe unless there's some other
those
mechanism.
Ones.
Yeah,
there are others.
I mean, yeah, there's a bunch of things that people worship. Yes, those ones wouldn't have created the universe unless there's some kind of mechanism I don't know about that would make it recursive. But as far as I know, do not think that they created a universe.
Well, I mean, if time is an illusion, maybe time isn't a problem. Some might say that God didn't exist for a hell of a long time and suddenly came into being when we came along. But maybe time is an illusion. I'm just trying to argue for you, Hank.
Yeah, if there's a kind of recursion going on, anything could be happening. I had to figure out where to start to get the base case before I can get back, figure out where it started. So
it's certainly an interesting idea, Hank. I'll give you that. But you know, I'd like to hear. Does God think of us?
all the time.
If the power comes from us in your framework, and we are empowering God, what does God do with that power? That's what I want to ask you.
Oh, beg for money.
Sorry?
Oh, beg for money. Like with your church service, beg for money.
Beg for money.
Yep.
You've got a very strange view of this. Is the strangest view of God I've ever heard. So God is a giant beggar in the sky.
Yes.
Begging for our prayers, begging for our attention.
Yes. And that's how they.
Why? Is God lonely?
Yes. And needs our energy to run. Because
what will happen when we go extinct, Hank?
Well, if we only exist on our wetware, then they're gone too. But if they like
so
computer systems, then they're
under your God won't exist forever under your framework. God will end.
Yeah, the ones that we worship, most of them will be gone. Yes, egregores.
So they're not really gods, are they? I mean, from most people's understanding of what God is meant to mean, they're kind of phantoms that come and go.
Yeah, some people may say spooks as well, but egregores, spooks, idols, those are words.
So they're not. Yeah, again, I mean, look, from my perspective, you're not really arguing. Maybe you're arguing for what the concept of God is, not actually what God is, if you know what I mean. You're arguing for the kind of intellectual kind of view of what God is as a phenomenon from the, as you have said earlier, the anthropological perspective, why humans create God. But you're not arguing for what God is beyond that, because this God fails to exist without humans. It's a figment of our imagination. It has no real power. This is what you're saying to me.
Y'all the both.
But that's where you're wrong, because if it had no real power, we wouldn't be talking about it.
I see what you're saying. So the idea of the God can build up meaning within us and purpose, but still it only exists in our mind.
Yes, but it changes our behavior.
But it changes our behavior.
Yes.
I see. Yeah.
Here's how to think of it. You have a group of people who have common beliefs, whether it's a religion or values, and they come together and act on these beliefs. And basically, their collective thought pattern will form a sort of mega thought based off of what these people are believing and doing based off of their beliefs. And the more people who believe in these shared or same values, the larger the mega thought will get. And it's just basically an overlap of attention from all these people who have similar values. And it's called an egregore.
Correct. And Max Stirner will call it a spook, but it's the same thing.
Sounds to me like what you kind of referred to are like archetypes, Hank.
Yes.
Kind of Jungian psychology.
Yeah.
Now, Jung kind of believed in some kind of spiritual place where these things come from. You know, the collective unconscious. But I personally don't believe there has to be a place. There doesn't have to be a place outside of ourselves. I think we can have a view that the archetypes are built in our minds, and we pass them on to our children through stories and through our culture and through them observing us. And it's not that these things are coming from outside of us. We're just like passing them on to our children, shaping the neural pathways so they're thinking about the same things as us. in their own particular way with their own subjective, mannerisms. But it doesn't come from the outside. It is literally a living phenomenon going through the human species from generation to generation. I
You're
don't
talking about
believe there are.
memetics.
I don't believe there are external forces putting these archetypes into our heads, or we're connected to external forces to gain power and knowledge from them or inspiration. I believe that it's all within. And it's all just passing from generation to generation.
I would
True-
like
true
to
art.
just really quickly, if I may. I actually, my time is starting to wind down, and I usually, when I do my show, I like to give everybody closing thoughts. And by the time we get through everybody with the speakers we have on this panel, that could take another 30 minutes. No offense to anybody, but so I think I'd like to start moving that direction, if that's okay with you, DNW, and everybody else. I'd like to start kind of winding this down a little bit.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
We're going on to 4 hours now. It's been a
Wow.
great show. The interaction has been amazing. The audience, the size of the audience, I was really pleasantly surprised. I didn't know how many people would be necessarily interested in the topic, and I think I'm just really happy to see the turnout today. And Set Scales just joined us again, so we'll definitely get you into the closing remarks. I do want to just say one thing myself. I want to give. Actually, I guess maybe I'll just wait for my own closing remarks to do that. So, yeah. So let's go ahead and just go in reverse order here. So what we'll do is Set Scales, since you just joined us, I'll give you the floor first. I don't know who Ping Fun 221 is, but D&W, do you know who this is? Can you see the backstage, brother?
I don't know who they are. I will not vouch for them. And we're wrapping up anyway. So
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is Ping Fun Ping or
Sorry,
Ping Fun?
I was muted. They can write in the live chat because I've never even seen their username in the live chat. Pingu fan, I can see somebody there. Can you clap your hands, please? Aha! See, I asked them to clap their hands and they wouldn't. So, Pingu fan, you can turn your camera on and clap your hands.
No,
and
let's
you might
not even
leave your real
even mess with it, brother, because I want to wind this down anyway.
Go ahead then.
You know what I mean? She could come back if she wants to join the conversation.
I don't think Pingu fan is real. They're not clapping their hands.
Okay, yeah, I'm not even gonna deal. I'm not gonna deal with it. I don't want to take any chances at this point. The show is. We've had a great show. There's no need to end on a bad note. So let's go ahead and go in reverse order. Set Scales, you were the last one to join. You'll be the first one to have your final word. Anything you want to talk about? Any closing statement? Whatever. This is your chance. You've got the stage, brother.
Well, Hank was talking about very real things in Agrigor, and I had to sneeze for a minute. And basically, the Agrigors become a problem because they are ideas about how we should live in the world and coordinate with each other that we form. However, the problem becomes when we mistake our ideas about how we should act in the world as being the way the world actually is. And this is what idolatry is all about. It's when people become fixated on their own beliefs, idle, essentially, and they miss the forest from the trees, which is why it's called idolatry, because you're idle at the tree, missing the entire spectrum of thoughts and knowledge that you could be having because you've limited yourself to false paradigms which hold you back. But to me,
Always leave him wanting more, brother. Perfect. I'm not sure what happened there.
Well, that was epic.
That was epic. That was, I don't know if he did that on purpose or what, but you can always find. Oh, he's back. Okay,
He's back.
Let's try that again. So Set Scales, you said, but to me.
You should have left with the mic drop set. They were absolutely correct. That was badass. You should have left that mic drop and just went off into this.
True enough. Go ahead, Set Scales.
Well, God is the highest perception in all of existence. And it is the force which bridges together the realm of potential with the realm of limited potential and allows us to experience this realm of limited potential. And then within this realm of potential, we can form our own thoughts in the form of egregores. But that's all I'm going to say.
Okay, everybody, be sure to check out Set Scales' channel. He does a great job on his channel. It's I'm sure it's just at Set Scales Dom, I think is what it is. Check him out on YouTube if you want more on his very interesting metaphysical philosophy. Next up on stage, Hank, we'll go ahead and go with you, and then we'll let Gracie go, and then we'll just maybe I'll give a few closing remarks, and then we'll wind it down here. So who has it? Hank, you're up next, brother.
Yes, I can make this simple. If ideas exist in your mind, and your mind is a brain process, then ideas are in your brain. And if the brain exists in the universe by transitive property, you're a theist if and only if you believe gods are ideas. So if you think gods are ideas, welcome to theism, brothers and sisters.
That was short and sweet. Jesus Pantheon, Gracie Guru, you've got the microphone, and I guess are you gonna when you leave? Are you gonna stay in the chat because my closing remarks? I'm gonna actually address a couple of things to you specifically. So after you finish your closing remarks, when you go back to the chat, stick around for a minute. I'd like you to hear what I have to say. So, positive things for sure. Okay.
Yeah, no problem. Before I just get off for that closing remarks, I'll leave it in the background no matter what, but I will go and sit and listen to you on my wife's things just over there, and obviously when it's time to come back, I'll run back in here. But just want to start by saying what an amazing night. I really enjoyed the show. It's always great when the topics are highly controversial and universal at the same time, because it affects a lot of people's daily lives, really. And it's great for a show like this, Finding Gnosis. Appreciate and a lot of gratitude to the enormous amount of time you give me to give my piece across, and it has been a great sort of introduction to many talks we can have on the mappings I'm trying to put together, the reasons for it, and justifying them, and seeing if there can be a middle ground that we can achieve together to get a better grip on objective ethics for masses, not just the few. Really appreciated it. It's nice to actually speak with people and let them know that I'm not against you. I'm with you. I just believe there's a greater way to deliver this to masses, and thanks for that. And when we get to speak to each other next time, when it's just about me and yourself, I think we can go deeper into many things, especially like time and other things that has been mentioned tonight. But again, you was obviously gracious enough to give me enough time as it was. Right, thank you, everybody. I appreciate you. OE and D&W for giving us this place to be able to talk about that.
A pleasure having you here today, Gracie. Oh, there he goes. Thank you so much for coming by. D&W, it seems strange for me to be a little out of order to be giving you a final statement on your own show here, but I guess since I'm the one who has to shut it down, you're up next, brother.
Thank you, OE. OE, thank you very much for today. It has been most interesting. You did a fine job, and it is really interesting, guys, to think about how, as you've shown, a phenomenon that doesn't have any ability to be argued for sensibly, if we're honest, can have such huge effects on humans, both good and bad. It is amazing, really. And it's worth talking about. It's worth considering. It's worth exploring. I know that this has been a subject that has been, shot over again and again on the internet over the last few decades, but it's always worth revisiting because it is still shaping the world. There are a lot of people in this world who have very strong convictions, and I always think it's worthwhile to pierce a little hole in their bubble and show them that they need to be more humble, because nobody knows for sure what is going on. And perhaps that will give us all some empathy for each other as human beings in this strange universe where we find ourselves to be. And it seems to be up to us what we do here. So thank you very much to everybody. I'll leave it to you, OE, to close the show. I appreciate you for doing tonight, and to everybody who tuned in. Thanks to the new members. By the way, guys, there is a members only show coming up on the 1st of September. It's a steering committee. You'll be able to come on and express how you would like Finding Gnosis to develop as a channel, where you would like to see it going, who you'd like to see us talking to, what you'd like us to talk about. It's up to you guys. So if you want to join that, please do become a member and you can be on it. Also, we do have a Discord now that you can gain access to as a member. There's plenty of people on there now. It is a living thing. And hopefully it will help us find Gnosis. Okay, I'm out of here. OE, thank you very much.
Okay, that was fantastic. Yeah, Sig, you're definitely not welcome to come up when I'm running a panel around here, so you could go ahead and show yourself the door, brother. You're in the back. You're in the back chat. You could come up here when DNW is running the show, but anytime I'm running the show, you're definitely not coming up on this panel the way you behaved last time I was here. Incredibly rude, incredibly disrespectful to people. Yeah, go ahead and I got you, family. At any rate, okay, so we'll go ahead and just give the. Yeah, that's fine there. Okay, so the argument from first principles was raised. Before I get into that, though, let me go ahead and just mention. So I want to give Gracie Guru his flowers today because he brought up something. He actually pointed out something that was an oversight in my presentation today. And I was really impressed that he caught that because I didn't realize it until after he'd mentioned it. And he's absolutely right. One of the things that's really of paramount importance, I would say, that you need to do when you're having these conversations with theists regarding, I mentioned formal arguments that they use for God. I talked about what presuppositions were. I talked about, grounding and brute facts, and all these different things that are really important. And I forgot perhaps the most important thing that Gracie pointed out. That is define your terms, right? In order to actually have these conversations, you've got to define what it is you're talking about. What do you mean when you say God, right? And Gracie is the one who pointed this out, and he's absolutely right about that. So congratulations to you, Gracie. Really appreciate you bringing that to my attention because that was an oversight on my part, right? Should have started with that. That should have been the very first thing that I said when I started the show today, because if you don't get an understanding, some kind of common ground, at least with where people are coming from with the terms, then you're not going to have a productive conversation. And we saw that tonight by once Gracie brought that up, we started asking for clarification. Okay, what do you mean when you say God? When we talked to Hank, I said, Hank, what do you mean when you mean worship? Right. Once Hank told me what he meant by worship, then I could say, oh, okay, well, that's not something I'm interested in addressing. Thank you, brother. I was very polite to him, right? I wasn't like being mean to him, but I just realized that that's something that based on the way he's using he's defining those words, which I recognize and respect his right to do so. It's not something that I'm interested in engaging with, frankly. So I just told him, hey, that we don't need to waste either one of our time with this conversation. You might save yourself a lot of headache in future conversations with people if you get them to define their terms before you even get into the conversation. And if you remember to, on your own, in your own regard, to define your own terms with people. Say, hey, I want to make sure that you understand when I say God or when I say, whatever it is I'm talking about, this is what I mean by X, Y, and Z, right? Thank you for bringing that to my attention, Gracie Guru. Very, very important. The reason all this is important, the reason this all matters is because when we're talking about communication, right? The goal of communication is to be able to understand and to share concepts with other people, right? If we want other people to understand our ideas, if we want to understand other people's ideas, we've got to look for common ground, right? This is important for a number of reasons. One, because I believe that the most productive relationships are always going to be built with some kind of common ground and mutual respect, right? And mutual respect requires self-respect. So if I'm going to respect myself, I must respect you. That's a necessary precondition for my own self-respect. And because respect is important, I understand this is a value that I want to build my life around because it's beneficial to me selfishly, right? To have this self-respect because I obtain something that I require to live a good life, my best life, not just a good life, but to live my best life requires self-respect, that you must obtain this. And because I know all this, it motivates me to do so. I have a selfish motivation to have respect for you. Okay. I also have a selfish motivation of self-respect to stand my ground and stand up for what I believe in and be direct with people, like the person who tried to join this panel. And I said, no, I'm not having it. Because of your behavior, you've demonstrated to me that you're not a respectful individual, right? Now, if that person was broke down on the side of the road, right, I would pull over and say, hey, brother, what's the problem here? Do you need $5 for gas? You need to ride up to the gas station? Okay, whatever it might be. Just because I've had a disagreement with you doesn't mean I'm not willing to help a brother or sister out, because I respect the humanity in every single person, right? So we have to understand where our respect truly lies, right? We can respect people's behavior. We can respect things about people, their intelligence, their beauty, their artistic ability, whatever it might be, right? But ultimately, those things are fleeting. What cannot be fleeting is the fact that we respect people's humanity, which is why we don't torture people when we put criminals in prison, right? The behavior must be corrected. We don't respect bad behavior, but we still respect the humanity in the criminal, so we try to treat them well. If we're really going to do the best job we can for criminals, as a side note here, we would focus on rehabilitation, not just locking people up, right? Actually try to do something productive for them, and therefore inherently do something productive for society, and ultimately do something productive for ourselves, selfishly. There must be a motivation that we're going to stick with consistently, and the motivation must be skewed towards our own benefit and our own well-being. The reason I believe in this objective morality, this true moral facts, is because I know that my well-being is hinged on this, my ultimate well-being. I can live my best life only if you are living your best life and have everything you need. All of our actions are motivated. We don't do shit just because randomly. Nothing happens randomly, right? Everything is motivated by either predetermined factors, which I believe guides a lot of this, or by reason or emotion. There's always something that motivates every action, right? And so because of this, when we talk about the actions of moral agents, if I take away all of your motivations to do me harm, then you have no reason to actually do me any harm. So if I make sure you have everything that you need to live a happy, fulfilled life, that you're healthy, that you have all your needs met, you've got a roof over your head, food on your plate, you have no motivation to come take my food off of my plate, steal a jacket off of my back, so on and so forth, right? So I have a selfish motivation here to make sure that you have everything you need. This is how I live my life. I try very hard to be consistent with this. I'm certainly not perfect. There's a lot of people in this panel who've probably seen me crash out at one time or another, and I appreciate all the correction that you people have offered me to say, hey, look, OE, you're not living up to your own standard. You got to practice what you preach, brother. And I appreciate all of you for helping keep me in line. I also appreciate the pushback on my ideas. Objective morality is something I talk a lot about. Atheism, agnosticism, scientific method, whatever it might be. You guys push back on these ideas. You're very intelligent, and I appreciate that pushback because it lets me know, are my ideas grounded in something tangible, or am I way out in left field? So the pushback is what we need. We want to have this mutual relationship with each other, but other than that, we still want diversity. So we have to figure out how to make all that work, right? We do not want to be in what people call an echo chamber. I believe this leads us to collective ignorance. All right. It's a very dangerous thing to do. If we're all just following the herd and the leader runs off a cliff, the whole herd is going with it, right? We don't want to do that. We want to make sure that we're pushing back, that we're stepping outside the collective, that we're saying, okay, are these ideas grounded in something besides just collective agreement, right? Is there something tangible that we're able to look at and compare our ideas to, something that is either empirically verified or something that is obtained through a sound conclusion, a sound argument. We talked about the difference between a valid argument and a sound argument earlier in the show. We did talk about my argument from first principles today. So I thought maybe to close out the show, I would just run the argument really quickly for you. And anybody who wants to take a look at it a little bit deeper, talk to me about it another time, more than happy to do that. So I came up with an argument against the God of classical theism. Now, Carl had asked me, he says, what do you think of, what does God mean to you? Well, the truth is I don't have a coherent idea of what God is because I don't believe in any gods, right? So the gods that I discuss and the gods that I argue about and the gods that I have studied either formally at college, for when I was at university, for example, or that I are proposed to me by other people, like on this panel. We had at least 3 different unique, well, actually 4 that I could think of. There were at least 4 different unique models of God that were introduced to us today, right? We had that, I can't remember what that guy's name was. It's such a funny name, but whatever that guy, the green guy, the guy with the green picture, he had his model of God. We had Carl's model of God. We have Hank's model of God, right? And so we have all these different models of God that were presented, and they were all had some unique elements. Oh, set scales, that was the 4th one, right? They all have these unique elements to them. So these are gods that you present to me, and I can say I'll consider it, or maybe it's not worth considering. Like in Hank's case, to me, that just wasn't worth my energy, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't worth it for Hank or somebody else. I don't have a unique personal idea of God because the whole concept is incoherent. When you actually get outside of anything that's outside the natural world, it becomes an incoherent concept to me personally. So I can't give you a definition of my definition of God. I can only wrestle with your definition of God. So because I studied this formally, I studied the God of classical theism as well as mythology, various different cultures. So Egyptian mythology, Greco-Roman mythology, different pantheons, so on and so forth, the Abrahamic traditions, Hinduism, Buddhism, so on and so forth, right? These are all different things I've looked into. They're organized and they're structured. The argument from first principles that I built is against the God of classical theism, which posits 2 things. It posits that God is a necessary being, and it posits that God is an unchanging being. Okay, so I built an argument that addresses both of those simultaneously. Each principle supports the proceeding principle. So the proceeding principle is justified by the preceding principle. The first principle, of course, is nothing cannot exist. I draw this from Parmenides. From nothing comes nothing, is what he said. The second principle, that's the only self-evident principle that we have. You can't ontologically get behind nothing. The second principle then would be being requires existence, therefore something must be. Something can only be irreducible to a single being. This is what we call metaphysical ontology, okay? We can look at something like Leibniz or even Socrates to how to get into something like that. The laws of logic are my third principle. Both being and experience must conform to the 3 laws of formal logic, as anything else becomes incoherent. This is Aristotle's standard logic. So something either is or it is not, but it cannot both be is and is not at the same time in space. The fourth principle, I am having an experience. Because of hard solipsism, I can only know that I exist necessarily. We draw this from Descartes initially, his cogito ergo sum, which basically says, I think, therefore I am. This inspired F.H. Bradley's I cannot transcend experience, and experience must be my experience. From this, it follows that nothing beyond myself exists. Now, that's a little bit more complex, and I'm trying to rush through this because I know it's been a long show already. But hard solipsism is one of the unsolvable problems in philosophy. The reason is because, for those of you who don't know what hard solipsism is, it's this concept that basically the only thing that you can epistemically justify are your own brain states, because all of our sensory perceptions, touch, sound, sight, all of these things are drawn that we consider to be coming in from the external world, ultimately pass through the brain, right? And so we have different compartments of the brain. We have auditory receptors, we have visual receptors, we have the hippocampus, we have all these different compartments of the brain. Some of them work independently, they usually work interconnectedly. And that's really what our sense of reality boils down to. Bioelectric signals and biochemical processes from the brain to the brain stem and through the central nervous system, right? That's what tells me what my taste, my touch, my sight, my sound, all of that reduces down to those elements. And because of this, the only thing that I can epistemically justify is the fact that I am having an experience. That's it. I can't even justify my own physical body or a physical brain. Because it could all just be reduced down to electrical signals, bioelectrical signals, and biochemical processes. Therefore, hard solipsism is considered the unsolvable problem, one of the unsolvable problems in philosophy. Being can only be an abstraction and or a specific thing, material or property and or state, which equals phenomenon, at a specific time. This taps into the law of identity. With formal logic, we get that from Aristotelian logic. Change is the only permanence because you cannot step into the same river twice. I draw that from Heraclitus. So there are some that posit I did tap into Parmenides for my first principle that nothing cannot exist, but I don't subscribe to all of Parmenides' philosophy, and he's rejected by many philosophers in his state that only being can exist. There is no change. I take the opposite view. I think that change, while I don't reject being as a concept, because at any given state, at any given time and place, temporally and locally, we can say there is being there. However, we know that everything is in a state of flux. And Heraclitus, I think, is the best example for this. You cannot step into the same river twice. Helps us to visualize what we're talking about here, right? So change is really the only state, the permanent state that actually exists. While it seems paradoxical, it's actually true. Because everything is in a constant state of flux, everything is in a constant state of change. We can even look to something like the law of entropy, for example, as to how this might work in physics. Therefore, the first conclusion must necessarily be, if God is a necessary being, then I am necessarily God. The seventh principle is God is defined as a necessary and unchanging being. That's from classical theism. The eighth principle says, I am not God. So I look at the Delphic maximum, know thyself. This obtains via Socrates' self-examination, right? So somebody could say, well, how do you know you're not just tricking yourself? Because I know through self-examination that I am or am not God. I know that I am not God. Therefore, the final conclusion states that if God is an unchanging, unnecessary being, then God does not exist. That's the argument from first principles. I appreciate everybody for being here today. I don't think I can add anything of value to the conversation at this point, other than just thank each and every one of you for making this channel what it is, for making the show today what it is. And let's close it out with how would DNW do this? Something, I don't even know what all these buttons do. He's got all this. Let's try this here. Actually, let's put this on.
Finding Gnosis will continue on X.com. Check out the Finding Gnosis X space where you can listen to further finding of Gnosis after the show. See you there! Finding Gnosis, now on X Spaces at X.com.